Oh, what's up, Pizza Racer? Welcome. Welcome, everyone. We are just getting started. What's up, Joe Megan? We're gonna get the board synced. We're gonna get the audio visual synced. The board hasn't been announced yet on chess.com, so we're waiting on that. And there's gotta be 15 minutes of delay. So that's the thing. Hey, Newt, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? All right, I think the boards are announced as well, so it's all good. We just need to wait a little bit. I think they haven't started yet. They're a little bit too late, so we're just gonna keep it on this screen. Escan Kenvalo co-casting chess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how how productive that's going to be. Yo, Jones, welcome. Yo, Lirak, welcome. Today we will be commentating a game of a friend of mine, Luca Pontiroli, or as people know him in Twitch, Shiva Ita. And we actually met in Maia, so that's going to be really funny. Hey, you think? That's really great. We met in Maia, and I'm gonna be casting a match of him in Maia in the Maia Chess Festival. So it's a full circle thing, you know what I mean? Amazing dude, by the way. Really cool. We went to Vigevano together, which was like an Italian tournament with like a bunch of streamers. We shared a room together, which was really fun. Came home really, really late. Rook transposing the northern hemisphere of the board, damn right. It looks like Luca's opponent is quite young. But then again, compared to us, pretty much anything is young, right? T-Chex, welcome. Good to see you. They're currently signing each other's score sheet. So we're going to be having a little bit of a downtime here, which is okay. We're going to be somebody famous. Yes, it's Luca, Luca Pontiroli. He's also known as Shivaita. He streams very consistently. His name is in the stream title. He's a really cool dude. Um, the game is about to start. They're running a little bit late, but that's okay. We will start whenever the game starts, and I'll sync up the boards for you guys. It's going to be 15 minutes delay, but I will just put the stream on whenever the board moves, and then we can sync the boards, and then the delay should be good. Because the chessboard is going to be on chess.com, and it already has 15 minutes of delay. And then I'm gonna sync the visuals to this chessboard, which is which is going to be a breeze, and then we should be Gucci. Is your webcam going to be featured when you need the reactions? Yes, my webcam will be in the overlay. This is an excellent app. This one is a good sport and allows for an exciting game for the stream. Yes, Luca is black this time, so he will be moving second. His opponent is 1961. I wish I could go and watch these live, says Jones, but I can't go today. Yes, they should be playing in the auditorium where there is lots of cooling and so on. So that's going to be very interesting. So you could have literally walked in and watched the game. It's quite cold today, says Jones, 18 degrees. Yeah, that's a pretty good chest temperature. I'd say back when I was there, it was really, really hot, and I could really not bear it, to be honest. It was a little bit too hot for my liking. Last week on Monday, it was 40 degrees. Really? Has it changed that much in like a week? They are running very late. It seems like about half an hour or so. So we're just gonna chill a little bit, guys. top secret account. Let me. They are running late. It was first half an hour ago. Zedmur, thanks for the raid of 5. Welcome everyone. We are casting chess today of a friend that I met in Maia a couple years ago. That's Luca, as you can see on the stream. He's a high-rated chess player. He's 1713 Elo, and he's going to be playing against Jose Silva, which is from Portugal, and he's 1961 Elo Ide. So it's going to be very interesting. Living everyday life with an engine evaluation meter would be really nice. But it would be better if I just had the engine open, not just the eval. So I would know the correct answers. Could you tell us anything about this chess festival and why it has attracted so many Twitch users? Oh, good question, T-Chex, because Maia is a very popular vacation location, I'd say. What they also do is that they, especially accommodate streamers really well. They have their own streamer tables, they have their own streamer setups. They even run their own streamer blitz tournament during the tournament. This is going for about his level starting soon. Screen times, yes, it is. The tournament is a bit delayed, so that's why we got this. But there's a lot of stuff going on in Maia itself. They will be they played yesterday on a boat in the river. So they just did like a small blitz tournament, I think, which is really cool. That's what they do for streamers and players alike. The streamers, as I said, get their own setup. They get their own DGT boards. They get an AC place where they can usually play. So all in all, it's really like the way they accommodate the streamers is insane. They're doing it really, really well. Second of all, it's also popular for other streamers and other chess players to come to Maia, since it happens during like the holiday seasons. It's pretty cool. It's a full tournament, meaning it has 9 entire rounds. So that's really cool, and it's just a general. It's a really fun country to go to. I was there with Sam, as you guys know from the community, and that was really, really entertaining. So in a nutshell, that's basically why Maia is so good for streamers, but also for everyone else that just wants to play. I know Smickle Boofius in the chat heard about it because I went there as well, and he's right now playing there too. So it's really cool. A lot of Italian people come there too. A lot of Portuguese people come there too. The Maia crew is really cool. The Maia organization has their own set of players and arbiters. They're all really, really cool people. And I'm just saying, you know, I'm not saying this just to be nice or anything, but aside from their doing their jobs, they really just come there and hang out with you. You know, they just chill with you. They, they eat on the same table. So it's all great. Genuinely lovely people. And I also I went to Italy, right? And the people from Portugal were there too. So that's really, really cool. Is he going to cast? Yes. Welcome, Canvelo. I'm going to be casting the game between Luca and Jose. Luca is 1713 rated, and Jose Silva is 1961 rated. There is a little bit of a rating gap, about 250 elo. But I think that is not gonna matter that much for our player Luca here, for whom we will be rooting. He's been playing really, really well lately. He's been grinding up his elo as well. Sounds like a quite nice event, even though we always try to make gains in chess. Most important things, often the people we meet along the way. Exactly, it's the most social hangout event, I'd say, compared, to all the chess events. Amsterdam Chess Open was also a really social one. A lot of streamers and players went there, mostly people from the Twitch chat, right? So it was really, really cool. Envelo says the OGs remember when Eskis joined on stream. Worst stream today. I mean, that's what that does, Like casting him makes him freeze in a similar way Wheat does. What you mean by that? I mean, there's not much going on, so this is not a sponsor safe content. We don't have any sponsors yet, so Jones says I can second that. The socialization was great. Yes, yes, it's just cool people coming together. Yo, I'm Lucas' friend Andrea. Do you remember me in Vijvano as the taxi driver? What's up, Andrea? Welcome. Good to see you. Buongiorno, come stai? Allora, everything good, man? Yeah, yeah, everything's great. We're casting here. How many languages do you know? Says the chat. Well, Turkish, English, Dutch. That's 3. Um, German, French. I know a little bit, and we're working on my Italian. So is Andrea the Peruvian baddie? No, he's not Peruvian. Someone's selling SK's watch collection for a Lambo that doesn't start. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Italian, Spanish, English, German. Nice. Yeah, good to see you, Andrew, man. I think you still have some footage of me beating uh, The other Andre, right? I did some great sacrifices. Andrea Palano. Maybe I don't know. Yes, yes, you still remember it? Nice. I sacrificed everything and then I got a checkmate in the end. All right, in about 5 minutes, the DGT board should be working again. So we're gonna wait a little bit more. Sorry to keep you guys waiting for so long, but that's what happens with these tournaments. Bet Luca will play the French defense. I know him. Yes, I think he is gonna go for the safe, tried and true French defense. But that depends if our opponent plays e4, right? So I don't think he's gonna be be able to play the French. Let's afraid to share chats because of his degenerate viewers. I mean, I could share the chat, but we'd have some moderation in place. Or you guys just have to behave a little bit because this is chess. And if it was my stream, like I would understand, right? But it's also Luca's stream, and we kind of wanna keep it moving. You know what I mean? On d4 usually plays the declined queen's gambit with bishop b4 variation. Okay. Professional stream and chat today. Yes, we are keeping it very professional today. You guys know that I absolutely don't mind some degeneracy, especially when it's like just my stream, right? Like we can go ham. But when I do these kinds of commentary, it's usually for a friend, and most of either their viewer base or their brand or whatever, doesn't know how to handle all this degeneracy. So I just hope on you guys' trust that you guys kind of behave this time. We just stare at this message. Yeah, it's I could show my face for the whole time, but we'll just chill. Kind of behave, yeah. I don't ask you guys to behave, just a little bit, just a little bit. Hopefully, Luca doesn't play meme openers like a certain someone did last year. Hey, that game where I did play the meme opening, I actually lost in the end game. So the opening and the middle game wasn't the problem. Husky and Luca slept together. That's factually right. That's factually right. We shared a room, and our beds were separated though, just to make that distinction. But sure, we shared a room. Luca as black usually plays d4, knight f6, e4, e6, knight f3, d5, bishop g5. Oh yeah, bishop b4 check would be yes. Gotcha. Separated by day, combined by night. Exactly. Bro, production. Hello, says Ken Velo. Yes, we are waiting for the game to start, Ken Velo. Chill, bro. Vienna variation semi-closed. Gotcha. All right. Welcome, everyone. They just started. I'm gonna get the chessboard on it as well. Although we can kinda. I think you guys are hearing the sound. Oh no, you guys don't hear the sound. That's good. You guys don't hear the sound. Let me mute this. So that's our guy Luca playing. He's playing against a fairly young opponent. Played a knight move. It looks like it's going to be what our friend Andre said. Let me get the chessboard in here real quick. Add the new capture. This is the chessboard. Let me chop this up a little bit for you guys. We can put the times on there too. Here we go. We can make it nice and huge. Just like that. We got the screen. We got Luca here on this side. And we got his opponent on the other. His opponent's name is Jose Silva. He's 1961. FIDE rated. And it looks like it's going to be an English opening. Because I was expecting, just like Andre said, I was expecting some kind of e4, d4 opening. But the opponent went with c4, which is an interesting opening. We are cooked. Why is the board flipped? Because our player Luca is on the bottom. He's black, so that's why we switched it up. Can't you just do something? Play Puzzle Rush them. It's in the big auditorium. Yes. Then on the back of your head, there's nothing there yet. There's nothing there. You mean this? This is the van. Oh, they are playing quite fast through the opening, which is understandable, obviously, because it's the opening. But here we see our opponent is going for g3, which is obviously going to enable the fianchetto type stuff. And the ideal thing here, the Luca bottom revealed. Yeah, the thing here is what's really interesting. Andre says Anglo-Indian defense. Yes. What's really interesting here is that with most openings, and I guess that's kind of the difference between an English and the rest, usually this pawn is behind on c2. And that's kind of the problem with, most openings. When you play knight c3, you block the c pawn. It's not that big of a deal when you play knight f3, because the pawn here on f2 is usually the one keeping our king safe. So you do not want to play the f pawn most of the time. But the c pawn is a great flank pawn that you would want to push. And in the English opening, just like we started, it's great to get that pawn out immediately. It controls the d5 square, kind of like what e4 would have done. It also controls the d5 square. And that's basically the general idea behind the English. We do not commit the central pawns yet. And we got that pawn out of the way, so our knight can easily hop onto c2, c3. So that's basically the idea here in very simple terms. We just done a couple of moves. Here, obviously, e6 is to occupy these spaces, but also to support a further or future d5 push. And it opens our bishop to go for some kind of, Nimzo Indian type stuff, but in the English, I guess. I mean, I'm not that well versed in opening theory, but I'd say Luca is pretty all right here. And the time control is also pretty nice. They haven't wasted too much time in the opening. Luca, however, went into the think tank, and he has used three minutes already. So that's really interesting. Here's a very good idea for Luca here, playing d5. If white plays bishop g2, Luca can play push d4 and running a tempo by attacking the knight. Yes, that's true. The Magnus of late game, unfortunately, I am not. Already with his hands on his head, yes, that's a sign. That's a sign. He's more like this though. He's more like this. You see him with his hands in his hair, then you know that the position is tough. It's tough. But so far, it's going great. So far, it's going great. If we flip the board real quick, you guys can see what the opening kind of is. It does remind one of Areti, where you do the same thing, except your knight is already there. Oh, Luca played d5. That's great. Just like we talked, I can put the analysis on even. It says that black is up by 0.15. Luca, sell me this pen, Pontiroli. Yeah, yeah. Well, what is there to say about the game? I mean, as you guys can see, Black's pawn structure is really reminiscent of a Queen's Gambit declined, or a French for that matter. In the chess world, we call this a light squared opening. Light squared opening, because we are kind of putting our pawns on the light squares. We're controlling the light squares, but also we are occupying the light squares, which means this bishop is gonna have a really rough time being kind of useful. But that's also the problem in the French, right? I don't know what the exact opening theory is against the English, but in Queen's Gambit declined kind of openings, you kind of want to fianchetto your bishop here. It's also pretty good. People chess says Newt. Cabbage told me to play it like a reverse Sicilian. Yeah, that's very much how most players play it. It gets played like this: d5, d4, sorry, c4, e5. I mean, our opponent takes. Our opponent takes. Recapture. And their opponent pushes immediately. I think we can go back 5 seconds. So it'll eventually sync up. Let me open the chat here, because I also have to check the other chat. E5, C5, as Luca played. Yes, I chose a horrible day. Want to stream chess? Maybe I should just not. So many games I would be missing out on. Yes. But I think Nacho is streaming as well. Alex is playing. Obviously, Luca is playing. So it's going to be a full chess day. What do you mean freeze? He says. I'm hopping between several channels to catch up. Grandmaster Big E streaming. What's up, Krieger? Thank you for tuning in, man. Like, I know it's not your usual StarCraft content, but I appreciate you guys tuning in nonetheless. All right. So what we're going to do here is they exchanged, and this is I'd say it's a good good thing. We exchanged a flank pawn. I mean, a good thing for white. I mean, we exchanged a flank pawn for a central pawn. So that's what happened. After the trades, we occupy the important d5 square. And usually what happens is that, white can play d4, which he did. And it looks like Luca played c6. He's going for some kind of pawn chain here, which is kind of reminiscent of the Caro-Kann, right? But we already exchanged here, so this is kind of like a French exchange. with c6, so it kind of looks like that, at least the pawn structure. Here, the game plan is pretty clear. What I would do as black here is develop my bishop either here or here, because since the d pawn isn't there anymore, this becomes an absolute pin. Our opponent played the bishop move. I think we have to go back a little bit. Okay, I went back there a little bit. What the hell was I even talking about? I completely forgot. Anyways, what our opponent is doing here, our opponent is fianchettoing the bishop, which was the reason why he played g3 in the beginning. But if you look at Luca's pawn structure, we're actually staring at an entire pawn chain. Now, the general idea is that this is not going to be like this forever. There's going to be some exchanges, or there's going to be some kind of pawn push here. And the bishop is just going to be exerting pressure here. It's I would say it's a good move. Positionally, right now, pragmatically, it's not doing much. But later on, it will do a lot of things, hopefully. Now, as to go to Luca's position, that's what I was talking about. The general development here would be, I'd say, bishop here or bishop there. We just have two locations there. Most people also play bishop e7, but that's a little bit of an unambitious move, I'd say. Because usually when you're on e7, you're gonna wanna relocate it anyways. But well, yeah, when I think about it, actually, because this is in a fianchetto type setup, maybe bishop d6 isn't that good, because we are kind of looking at a pawn chain here. So actually, bishop e7 is not the worst option here, I'd say. Oh, he played the other bishop. Wow. This is interesting. I think Tim sobie attempt to overcome Tiroli. This is interesting because yeah, this is interesting. It just puts our bishop kind of in the open, I'd say. We could either do h6 and put the bishop there, or we could just put the bishop here. That's all great. But the general idea is a concept that I really like, is being the first one to the diagonal. And since their bishop is fianchettoed, our bishop is absolutely going to have free reign over this sweet, sweet long diagonal. And our bishop is going to be freely roaming that diagonal, and it's going to be not contested that much. I have to put this guy a little bit forward. There we go. Our opponent played e3, which is kind of mirroring our pawn structure. And, don't quote me on this, but I believe this is called a Carlsbad structure, but it's It's looking a lot like the Carlsbad structure here. %. So are you rooting for Luca? Yes, Luca is my friend, so hopefully he'll get a win out of here. Carl is bad. So this also opened the diagonals for our queen. It did block our bishop in though, which is not that big of a deal because we can develop that later. So far, they're both on 97% accuracy, which is completely fair because this is just the opening. I'm just curious where Luca is going to put this dark squared bishop. I am generally a fan of developing this bishop, sooner than this bishop, because we don't really know where this bishop wants to go yet, right? Like, for example, what if he just plays this next move? What if he plays knight h3? What happens if that happens? If he were to go like this, can't I move? Then I have to open another analysis board. But usually I would kind of wait with this one because we could, still be ambiguous about the location of the bishop. But having moved the bishop, it is on a prime location. I guess this is also a pretty aggressive location to put the bishop in. But however, it delays our castling with one move. It delays our castling by one move. And I think, since this is all closed, we're not in any imminent danger. But what I would want to see is either bishop e7, bishop d6, or bishop e4. We castle real quick, and then we play rook e8. Oh, my bad. Rook e8, like this. And then suddenly, this square comes in a lot of pressure because we can just take, because there's a pin. And we could actually start developing this knight too. We could hop in our knight, forcing all kinds of trades. And this is supposed to be your good bishop, and we could possibly just trade that off or blunt it even more like this. And I think that would be really good for our player Luca. Now what the engine really wants is h6, or sorry, h5 from black. That's really, really ambitious. I'd say I have not seen the option of playing this. This is news to me. But I think that is kind of to stop the pawn push of white themselves. Then the white bishop on the black squares is really terrible. The white bishop, what? It's Mr. Sky Chess. Welcome, Mr. Sky Chess. Good to see you. We are casting Luca against Jose today. Jose Silva 1961 FIDE against Luca Pontiroli, our guy 1713 FIDE. Completely locked in by the pawns. Yes, that's that tends to be the case here. It's rough. It's rough, but then again, we do not face that similar structure because our bishop went this way. Usually our pawns would block that, but in this case, since we exchanged it here, our bishop is free to go. And I think even then, the engine says h6, but oh, we got a move by Luca. Queen's Gambit Slav. This is the English opening Anglo-Indian Queen's Knight variation. I can quickly go through it. I thought I thought we were going to have like full English, but it was like an exchange in the middle. C6 to strengthen the center, and then we got bishop b5, e3, knight a6 from Luca. And the engine really doesn't like it that much. We go from -30 to chair stream, yes. We go from -30 to +30 almost. So that's a swing by and almost a full point. You would not want those things. Now this is +30. It was -30, and we went into +30. So that would it's slightly lower. It's +28. So. As casually multiplying by 100. So this is kind of like a hyper modern move. This is so that you can go and really fight over the b4 square and get some pressure on the c5 square. Usually, though, you already have pawns in place to protect that outpost. That's what usually happens when you have a dark squared opening. But our pawns and our pawn structure is on light squares. So us going to leap into those dark squares is not going to be that much of a, benefit to us. I'm waiting for an announcement in a few hours. Just can say hi. Oh, no, that's good. Good luck with your IRL stream. I think I'm going to be here for a while. 3 times 9, 27. Plus 28 is almost 3 queens. Yeah. My math is not the strongest here. And for 10 hours. Good. Oh, okay. Yeah, so what I was going to say is this usually happens in like a King's Indian or like a perk, right? Where you have pawns on these squares and you have a pawn on c5 and then you plop your knight on the defended b4 square. And even then, you could push the pawn, move the knight, and then you've created an outpost for yourself, right? So that's kind of the idea here. But I'm just a bit confused. Probably he'll just move his knight to c7. I think he wants to say, yeah, that's what Mrs. Skychess says here. I think it's just a simple reroute. But I think it's still a bit too early for reroutes. But then again, I was talking about bishop castles, right? But since the pawn structure is this close, we really don't have to prioritize castling at all. Or not yet, that is. I went back to the end and have an Elytra again. A what? Elytra? Like Esserman would have been banned. Oh, you can fly now. That's great. By the way, Eski Mark Esserman would have banned you for the -30 to +30 comment. Why is that? So like wings. How do you know that, man? Welcome, Adnan. Good to see you, dude. Our opponent plays knight GE2. I'm a huge fan of the interlocking knights. They're defending each other. They're attacking on different color complexions as well. So huge fan, huge fan. The eval says 0-0. You used to speedrun MC? That's crazy. Evaluation based on a perfect game? Yes. Huge Adnan lore. Yeah, I did not know that at all. So the engine still gives up H5. I guess if you're some kind of prep monster, you would know this. Someone get this man a shout out. Oh, I can do that for you. I'll put it on my. The more arrows you draw, the better the analysis is. Yeah, I'm just freestyling my thoughts. There you go. We got the manual. We got the manual shout out. I got my phone for the chat. I got my tablet for the second screen, so you guys can see the chairs. And I got a separate OBS screen for the chessboard. You need to say take 60 seconds, draw a billion arrows, just like Hikaru. Yeah. There's at least 20 arrows on the screen where you can convince people you're a GM. I mean, I think more so in this phase of the game, in the opening, I very much like the differentiation between candidates move rather than the depth of moves, right? Because he can, if I played bishop d6, for example, he could make a bajillion moves. Like there's no reason for me to draw out all these lines and then he's gonna play anything else anyway, you know? So what I would like is usually just check which of my pieces could I possibly develop. What are some good candidate moves here? And in look at situation, you know, if you look at this type of structure, our opponent is available for castling. And the pawn structure is looking like this. So logically, here he is. Ik ga niet liegen, maar ik zag Phoebus skimmen. Dik glaucoma gewoon. Is het zo slecht? Ik heb het nog niet gezien. Where is Luca? No, ma'am, I am the manager, and here's your complimentary McFlurry Pontiroli. Damn, bro. And then did you see the Gandalf I built? Yeah, Newt built a really nice Gandalf. Het is echt slecht, man. Echt waar? What? A rook out of the opening? That's no bueno. That's no bueno. Niet om te verdienen, ja. Dat is het spel. Als je slecht bent, verlies je, man. Dat is hoe het gaat. Dumbledore was gay all along. Was he, though? I don't think Tolkien talked about gay characters at all. Oh, Luca. You sly man. You sly man. Oh, and off he goes. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. He goes anyways. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. Oh, look at him. Look, he's just going for a stroll. Hands in the pocket. Amazing. Who wrote Lord of the Rings, bro? Harry Potter? 8 p.m. is dinner time? Yeah, I think it's only today that it's late. The other rounds, the tournament starts a bit earlier. So. But back to the fucking move. We got Luca with the b4. Which means he's coming for that L fork. He's coming for that nice outpost here. Luca just wants in. He wants in. Oh, I saw Tolkien and I read out Tolkien. I think that's what happened. The official Harry Potter wiki. You were as gay in the original book, with Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Gringotts being the primary canon examples. Damn, I did not know that. Nobody wrote Tolkien before I said it. Maybe I have a glaucoma. Yeah, that's what happened. All right. Back to the game. I think Luca is really feeling himself. You know, this is the quick 1-2, right? Like you just hop in, you got your bishop already there. It says that we should castle here. We hop in anyways, but then we get cut off. So that let's not do that. Doesn't matter regardless. Phrasing. Knight d3. Yeah, yeah. If you castle, then we just hop in like that. That's crazy. This is going to be a huge pain in the ass, to have a monster knight like that all up in our face. We do need to get rid of it though. Does this work? Yeah, but we then double our pawns. That doesn't work. The top engine move seems to be f3. I just do not. I don't get it. But it's possibly to just do this. To set up the e4 push. Anyways, let's go back to the original game. I think Luca really put this guy in the think tank, which is good. Our opponent is in the think tank. In terms of time, we're on 1 hour and 18 minutes. That's our opponent's time. We are at 1 hour and 14 minutes. So there's just 4 points or 4 minutes difference here. Castles gets an exclamation mark because that's the only move that gets out of trouble. Luca is writing that down, obviously. I should scroll the actual feed a little bit down. A little bit back. 5 seconds. Oh no, Luca. What? What just happened? Wait. What just happened? Oh, wow. He just attacked the rook, which is then forced to move again. Are we gonna get a repeat? Of course it was e4. Like I told you, it cuts it off and then you pick up the knight. Oh, that is crazy, man. Here you play e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes, knight takes, knight takes. Anyways, e5. This is what the engine says. So we actually give up the rook then. Anyways, let's get back to the moves. This is crazy. Are we gonna get a repeat then? Like, is this going to go back and forth like this? And then we're gonna get a draw like this? Undeveloped rook for 2 developed pieces. Yeah, that's the assessment here, right? You just kind of give it up. That is so crazy. He wants to hold on to that rook a lot though, but with this type of locked pawn structure, I don't see how rooks are really that good as of now. Yeah, he played it really fast. If this finna be threefold, I'ma stop watching any of these games. Yeah. Boosted account, man. Boosted account. So if we repeat again and maybe he then finds the e4. But this is one of those areas of chess, which is like the twilight zone, right? Like we were not supposed to get in this position, but yet here we are, type thing. That's just embarrassing for the 1900 guy. Yeah, it truly is. It truly is. Because he found castles, right? Which means he completely agrees for the knight c2, and then he calculated that he was just going to play this because he played it fast, right? Which means he calculated it before this move. You could also go and do something like this, but I don't know. No, that would help the development of the bishop. I was thinking something like this. And you would get 2 pieces, rook and a pawn for 2 pieces. But the eval says it's plus 2.50. Now Oscar is already light years ahead, bro. Don't compare King Oscar to these people, Ken Velo. Holy shit. You're gonna get timed out, bro. Put Oscar's name out of your fucking mouth. I'm gonna go full Will Smith on you, dude. Yo, welcome. Shadres, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. What a game. I think Luca really made a nice play here. I was complimenting you, Ape. Same level as Oscar. I know what you mean, but it's still a comparison. You know what I mean? Look at this guy, bro. So, what's the deal? What's the deal? Okay, here we go. The e4 happened. Come on, Luca. Come on. You have to hop in the knight. You already established really strong control over that square. Go in, it's 0.43 for black. EMD says, Pion Marche Destroyer says, sup, you bought beautiful commentator. I'm sending pennies, so tell a joke right now. Damn. I have no joke for you though. But one of these streams, I will give you a Turkish saying instead. I can make that concession. So generally, what I would like to do in these type of setups is just get this bishop out, castle, get the rook on e8, get the queen on c7, get the rook on d8, have strong central control, get these guys on the center, maybe play some cheeky h6, slot the bishop in h7 so it doesn't become a target, have a great game of chess. And then Luca comes in. He's like, I'm gonna play knight a6 in a white pawn structure based setup. And then he's gonna go knight b4. And now we're in knight c2. So we are, having an insane game here. Why did the chicken cross the road? He's voted the X because it was too made out of wood. Yeah, that's a Turkish saying. It ran away from Luca, who was selling a second-hand car. Luca is the guy in the meme that slaps the roof of the car. You know how many horsepower you can fit in this bad boy? He's that meme, you know? Do you guys remember when memes had like I'm gonna have to go full screen with you guys. I know it's Luca's stream. I'm gonna have to go full screen with you guys. Do you guys remember when memes lasted long? You know, for a year even? Crazy things. Nowadays, you literally have your 50 minutes of fame, and then nobody looks back at you. It's like so crazy, isn't it? Oh wait, a move happened. You have to go back. He took with the pawn! He took with the pawn! Luca, no! Luca, why you do this to me, man? You are strong today, Canvelo, says Jones88. Let's see the other chat. Lollies, why e4 now and not after knight c2? No idea. I think he miscalculated that part. Yeah, he couldn't find it, unfortunately. All right. Wait, what is the difference? We're gonna check out the difference. Knight takes. Bishop takes. D takes. And then this is basically the scenario that the engine wants. This is what happens. And they get... What? Oh, they get this. They get the... They get the pin. They get the pin. They get the pin here, I think. No, knight takes. Sorry, my bad. Bishop takes. Now we take with the pawn. And then it gives a3, taking this guy away. I'm gonna hydrate real quick. That's actually really, really crazy. And this is again the reason I'll flip the board real quick. Because of that move, it's really good to hold off on developing. Well, not purposefully, I mean, but it's good to be intentional about where you put this bishop, because as we saw, we both develop it and we get a really nice pin going on in that line that we just discussed. And it is the top engine move here as well. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Luca, because if he were to take with the knight, then obviously this would not work because we just take, or we just even take like this. So that's kind of the subtle difference between the two moves here. There's this principle called capture towards the center. There's this principle called capture with the lesser piece. I think he kind of thought about those principles without actually, calculating that set line that we just went through. It does make a lot of sense to capture here, but let's say we capture this and all the pieces come off the board. Our pawn structure is like this. So, e4 is not an isolated pawn, but since these guys are, blocking the f advance of the f pawn, it might as well be an isolated pawn, right? So in terms of like pawn structure health, this was not a good capture. The pawn structure, you can literally, and I'm saying this with my entire chest. I'll even go full screen with you guys. I say this with my chest chat. You can literally play the entire game with the pawn structure just like this. Maybe push this, You can keep your pawn structure like this because your pieces, your light square bishop is already out. You got your knights out. And you got your dark squared bishop. Obviously on dark squares, we got our pawns on the light squares. So there is no interference going on. We are having an absolute blast. Don't sweat the petty, pet the sweaty. What is that, dude? Is that a saying? Oh my god, I'm getting so many messages. Like the one time I decide to cast like a 4-hour long classical game, people are like, Eski, when are you gonna come out? When are we gonna hang out? When are we gonna chill? I think I might have an idea why the Indian Princess knight takes over D takes. White is left with an isolated D pawn anyway, in which you want to exchange light pieces as black. Because of this, right? Like this guy is gonna fall anyway, and then white is just left with these pawns, this and this. That's a deeper analysis, and obviously Adnan is literally 1,000 times stronger than I am in chess. So there's the deeper understanding of the chess. I was just basing it off of these principles. Even then, like, what would happen here if we just retreated? Is this that bad? Oh yeah, this is bad. We get this, no? No, that's not that bad. Worst tournament in my entire chess career. Was it that bad? We had a lot of fun, though. We had a lot of fun. So our opponent is now in the think tank, and he's already at 1 minute 1 hour and 7 minutes. That's pretty considerable. Luca is at 1 minute or 1 hour and 12 minutes, so that's pretty okay. You need to go in again and create some winning memories. Yes. 2.5 out of 9, minus 60 FIDE. What's good, $7 shiny? What's up, Alan? So yeah, I would have literally kept the pawn structure like that and just played it like that. But then again, my knight wouldn't be on b4. But this is really interesting. Yeah, the isolated pawn. We're gonna get that type of stuff. From what I know, here's glistening. Yes, it is. Yes, sir. From what I know, and I meme about this all the time. Oh, somebody read the Nimzovich my system, and the idea is to blockade this pawn stop the advance of this pawn by either move. I'd say what you then do is you put pressure on it, put pressure on that pawn, and ultimately, because you have more stuff looking at it than our opponents, that pawn is going to fall. And what Otnan just said there is that trading off minor pieces, that was the rule, right? When you have an isolated pawn, trade, or when you're playing against an isolated pawn, trade off minor pieces. When you have the isolated pawn, trade off major pieces, right? I think that was the idea. So here, our opponent is asking the question, A3, where are you going to put this knight? We have this, but that just, goes into those lines. We do not want that. What the engine says here for us is just to put it in the center. And that kind of fits in with the idea that I just said. We blockade this pawn, we then attack it, and then we destroy it. That's basically the game plan here. Yo, Speed Zane, welcome. So that's basically the idea here. Of course, playing against an isolated pawn is vastly different. On the armpit incident, you like to pet the sweaty. Hell no, Maya's cursed. Now, Maia was a lot of fun. Maia was a lot of fun. You analyzing positions? Yeah, I'm just checking out their position right now. I'm live commentating. It's Luca playing against Jose Silva. And this is the current position that we're in. I can just, whoops, everything moved. I think the proportions are okay. I wanted to kind of make it bigger, but I think it's fine as it is. I think it's fine as it is. There was an artful Portuguese pronunciation of what? The end game favors us because the isolated pawns are more and more weak. The snare is a bit different because white is just worse. Yeah, worse in general. Because wearing short sport type sucks. I'm gonna lose all respect for him. Why, dude? I have those too, dude. You think they're effeminate, bro? There's barely any compensation for the deep pawn. Yeah. I would say there's no compensation. We're just clear up one pawn. Yeah. The thing about I'm still a bit torn on the pawn takes thing, right? Oh yeah, okay. He played the correct move. We can put them a little bit back. Let's see. Jose. Is it that's more the Mexican way, right? Like Jose Silva. No socks is just pure psycho. Yeah, that's just crazy. Knight B D5. And yeah, this makes sense. We're just blockading the pawn. And even if you were to take here Joao. Oh, in that sense, Jose. Then it's Jose. Yeah. I know how to pronounce Joao though. Not to brag or anything, guys, but I think Joao is like 1840 or 1880 or something like that. Humble brag, I beat him in Vijayavana OTB. So that was pretty fun. Are you Joao, bro? PD rated? Yes, sir, ski. Yes, sir, ski. Yeah, I got plus 32 from one game, which I then distributed among four worst players. You clean out that Civ 6 player? No, I'm not. I think I only played like one of the earlier Civs. I do like the category, the genre that Civ is. There's a Joao character. I gotcha. All right. I was gonna rant about something, and then I got interrupted by myself. So, um, here we take with this because generally, while you have this going on, like if you just looked at the pawn structure, where would you ideally want to castle? You would say to the king side, right? Which makes a lot of fucking sense. So you castle to the king side, and then you're like, man, that rook on f8, where should I put that rook? Ah, I know, e8. Because that would have been an open, or, in this case, a semi-open file. But it is now a semi-open file, but we're going to open it with this, right? It's going to be a fully open file. But now with the pawn takes, you kind of hinder your own natural files. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, how rude of myself to interrupt myself. Jones? 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 Really? That's crazy, bro. Jones. 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 But yeah, you have an open file here. Keep the damn file open. We're gonna get that rook up there. Like, let's just keep this file open. And if anything strange happens to our bishop, we could just fall back and have some pressure here. We are defending this with our life, basically. But then again, Newt is not your real government name. Oh fuck! I think you said your government name at some point, but I think I forgot. So you see, like the online name literally supersedes the real name. To be honest, I almost instantly forgot. Yeah, that sounds like me. Yeah, it all started when I fell off that fucking apple tree. Anyways, because Luca took here, there isn't much that we can do. We can still continue with our plan of castling rook e8, but instead of enjoying an open file, we have an advanced pawn there. So that's also really interesting. Our bishop is attacking it or protecting it. Our knight is protecting it. We could put the bishop here, reroute it possibly to here, trade off some defenders from it, and really, keep our central presence here. This is going to be a pain in White's ass, as you guys can see. But there's also a rule of once you cross this line, a piece that's in enemy territory, it's called, reinforcement, kind of like in real-time strategies. Their reinforcements arrive quicker than yours. Like, we can't really hold on to that pawn because, our bishop can't protect it on e3 if we were to push it. Our knight has to make another move to be able to protect it. So it's going to be, increasingly more costly and more difficult for us to advance in enemy territory. Luca's up a healthy pawn. Yes, that's really nice of him. I think he can literally just grind this out. But I think we're going to get some mid-game shenanigans going off. Bro fell off the apple tree head first. No, I fell on the back of my head. I'm sure Eski fell off the kebab spit. Damn, I wish I could go for a kebab right now. So this is an interesting move. Queen c2. Usually, I would say that's a bad move because we're walking into the line of fire of the bishop. But that's kind of the joke. Our bishop is undefended. So if we were to be clever, you just get snagged up. Yo, Kincho, welcome. Good to see you. My future co-caster. It looks like Luca is wearing a tie, no? But he's not wearing a tie. But like Ken Velo said, he kind of does got the car salesman vibe going on. Golly. Yes, sir. That would be the lanyard. Yes, I have one myself still from Maia. You can go back to the moves. Again, like I told you guys, it's pretty cool to slot this guy back in here. But now we're facing the issue, I guess, of e4, right? Knight takes. In d7. So we protect the bishop. Knight 2. d3. Oh yeah, that's crazy. You just kind of move them and interconnect them again. This guy is moving his pieces quite coordinated, though, I'd say. Aside from that little escapade we had here. Also, welcome, Kincho, by the way. I'll briefly go over the game real quick if you haven't catched it at all. We are having an English here. We are fianchettoing the bishop. But before that, we get the exchange here. We get the c6, bishop f5. And this is the first crazy move, I'd say. The knight move. We castle out of the way, and Luca plays it anyway. The top engine move was e4. Cut this off. But our opponent missed it. He instantly played rook b1, where to Luca responded with knight b4. And then he played e4. Luca captured with the pawn. Our opponent kicked our knight away. And we successfully went back to d5, blockading the isolated pawn. And then our opponent played queen c2. And this is where we are right now. Yeah. So this is kind of the issue here, right? Like it's attacked 3 times and it's only defended 2 times. So there is something going on here. And this is also a pretty cool thing You see this um, in Caro-Kann type setups as well, where white has a bishop on d3. You put your bishop here, but before that, you do g6, and then you put the bishop there. That's a certain variation in the Caro-Kann. I don't know. Adnan could help me out with that, but this is what the engine recommends. Like, you support that bishop, and now suddenly this pawn push becomes a threat, or this pin kind of becomes a reality because the bishop is no longer hanging. And the game is supposed to go on like, yeah, knight takes e4, bishop bishop g7. That's interesting for black. And that's basically that's interesting. I was more of favor of developing this bishop and getting castled as fast as possible, but now the game dictates that we play g6, and then that square becomes a really nice pocket for our bishop. And to be honest, yeah, what are the alternatives? Bishop e7 or bishop d5. d5 looks at a pawn structure here. e7 doesn't do much, so this into castles seems really good. You remove the problem of bishop f5 being undefended or prepare to develop the dark square bishop hitting d4 all at once. Yeah. It's a multi-purpose move, right? Like, we love that in chess. Wish I could make more of those. And from what I know, in these type of setups, I pretty much always take this bishop here because it absolutely messes up their pawn structure. It opens up the file, but I guess the damage done is way more compensation than a rook on g8. But that's my low elo take on this. All right. Luca found a way of defending that bishop with queen d7. Now, it was the third best move, or even fourth best move now. But it does get the job done, like we just spoke of. g6 is hard to spot, though. I wouldn't have thought about it. I would have played it mainly because I've seen it in other structures, right? Like in that Caro-Kann line, this is usually played. I don't play this as black, but if I were to be put in this position, I probably would have played it. But then again, I wouldn't have been here because I would have played some bishop move here, castle, rook e1. So that's what I would have done. Trouwens op die mijn systeem grind. It's going to be interesting though, because what's the future prospects of our dark squared bishop here? Now I come to think of it, we kind of gravitated away from the light squared pawn structure game that I was talking to you guys about, and this would kind of look like I don't know, a perk or something, where you play c6 and then expand like that, and then you still got presence over the dark squares here on the big diagonal. I don't know. Bro read it in German for real. I wish. I actually went to like the library like a couple of months ago, and I found like a beat up version of my system, and it was in German, obviously. But you know, I had German in high school, so and I kind of can converse, you know, a little bit in German. It's not that difficult of a language to understand while reading, and it's just chess terms, right? So the notation is a bit fucked, but in terms of what you're reading, it's not that complicated. Would be really cool if you were to read it in the native language that it's written in. My German teacher in high school was on that philosophy grant, so he made us read philosophy books in German, like like Kant and so on, you know, like that type of stuff. Die Phänomenologie des Geistes, that type of stuff, right? Kant, but also Kafka. Ah, gotcha. Very Kafka-esque, if I do say so myself. Jose Silva is in the think tank. He's on 56 minutes. Our guy Luca is up upon. He's up on time. Things are looking good. He did play kind of the slightly, you know, unoptimal Queen D7 move. I'm gonna have to go back actually here. What happens if we don't defend that? Yeah, then knight takes happens. And we can't take here, because that would just drop the queen. Knight takes, and then knight c3 happens. And that's basically putting pressure on the pin. Oh, and now the engine says queen d7. Okay, so queen c7 wasn't an option at all. Oh, hold on. No. Why am I playing autopilot here? This could very well be a great move too. Let's put the rook there. That sounds pretty good, no? So we can actually take with the pawn and pressure this, because if you give it this option, you know, this position to me with my, oh, okay, he takes, which gets an exclamation mark because it's the only move that kind of keeps some resemblance of an advantage for white. Oh, the analysis says rook d8. Nah, that's crazy. Yeah, because we don't have to do anything here yet. Oh, it's protecting this, right? And what else? Bishop e7. Oh yeah, bishop e7 is it kind of picked up depth, and it's the second best engine move. And I guess the idea here is to prevent all of this, right? Wow, he wants this, and this happens. Then knight 2 c3. Yeah, he's gonna have to put pressure on that square, which is funny. Like this square, the e4 square, acts kind of like a lightning rod from d4. You know, there's so much fighting going on over this square that the isolated pawn kind of just sits there uncontested. That's funny. That's genuinely funny. I want to complete development in castle because the king being in the center is a bit uncomfortable. Yes. Like when we first went through the opening, the closed pawn structure is okay. Our king is not in any imminent danger. But once a couple of pawn trades happened and our king is open, now getting castled might be bumped up in the list of priorities. Again, I'm a fan of castling early and getting the rook centralized early, because you know having the rook as firepower through the central squares is a good thing to have. Would have been really useful here, if I do say so myself, because this king doesn't reach that long. He only goes one square. Yeah, I think the way we went through the lines of g6, right? Our bishop doesn't have that much prospect on these more ambitious squares, right? So what do you do when the ambitious squares are gone? You just do a dual purpose move and protect this bishop and get this bishop a pocket. And we get the bishop out that has no good prospects here. We put him on g7, and then he just exerts pressure on the isolated pawn. So it's a minor nuance the way things go, but it has a huge impact on the game. Then again, I'm gonna hammer on that we still haven't castled, and we kind of missed that rook firepower. We could also just castle and get this rook in, right? Like either way, it's all right. What usually happens is whenever I play like a French exchange type of stuff, and a similar setup happens where I have my bishop here and I get my queen here in some kind of battery. This is obviously not fianchettoed, but you have to just imagine that. I usually put my bishop here, a castle, and whenever, I don't know, when this knight on f3 goes here and targets my bishop, I usually let him take my bishop, and then I take back f takes g6, so that immediately opens up our rook, and then the second rook is gonna go on the e file, and then we got really strong rook presence where our minor pieces then can set up some play. And even better yet, if you put your queen here, there are some really nice sacrifice ideas going on. There are some ideas of the knight hopping in. If the king moves there and the queen is still undeveloped, we can get some kind of fork going on here with the rook there. We could just sack the rook. If he takes, we fork. All kinds of fun stuff. But that's an entire hypothetical situation that I just went through. In terms of what happened here is our opponent took, and whoa, the engine says long castle. That's crazy. That's crazy. We were talking about the rook d8 move. But that kind of oh, that's crazy. Now I would say, just like we talked about, we get the rook here and we get our king into some kind of safety, I guess. But we are opposite the queen here. We kind of castled ourselves into a pin. So I am not a huge fan of the long castle, even though it's the top engine move. I would say pragmatically, pragmatically bishop e7. Bishop e7 seems like the, if we don't go through with that idea of, pawn g6, bishop g7, then we go to the other route. We gotta develop this bishop one way or another, and it defends the knight at least as well. I think Luca is gonna find that, but I think he also. Oh, hold on, my bad. Castling also gets out of this check. Um, that's kind of the idea as well, right? Does that matter in any of the scenarios? I think they all go to the same thing. Oh, and then he goes b3 instead. Yeah, yeah. This is not the play. This is not the play. Again with the hands on his head. Yeah, he's also, if you can see from his skin color, he's turning quite red in the head. That means the engine is working, and I mean the engine inside of his head, not the buzzing one, But let's see if there was any chat in Lucas' channel. Oscar Godio, Forza Luca, yes, Forza Luca, welcome. Means the AC not working? Yeah, the AC is working, man. He's just getting a lot of blood flow to his head. And yeah, what I was talking to is we were talking about that this was a dual purpose move. It and protected the bishop, and it gave us a square, and we could castle. I think your castles is a dual purpose move. We get out of the check. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but we get our king castled, and we get the rook on the D file, which we wanted to do at some point um, when I played this here. Or sorry, when we played queen. Yeah. Queen castle? Yeah. He's regretting that queen castle is 27 vibrations. Yeah, queen castle is a forbidden move. But I think, usually what happens when you castle one way, oh, whoops, the camera is on tracking now. No, don't track me, please. That's fine, I guess. Oh wait, I need to go to the other side. It doesn't even register my hand. Okay, there we go. Oh, I think we scooted a little bit too much. We'll just keep it on auto tracking. I think I'm fairly well centered here. No, I'm not really well centered. No, I am. We good. We good. We good. We good. All right. So the idea, I really have to stop interrupting myself with my own thoughts. The idea is when you castle one way or another, um, let's say we castle here. This allows, because there's no king behind these pawns, that we can start a pawn storm here, right? Usually that's the idea. You castle to one side, you pawn storm the other in asymmetrical positions. That is, if we were to pawn storm the queen side, there is nothing here. There's nothing here, so that wouldn't make that much sense, right? So in terms of these dynamics, that's basically what's happening. We pawn storm here, he attacks here. Um, that would be a good reason to castle long in this scenario, but our pieces are still on their developmental squares. Like we can't pawn storm the f pawn, and we only can pawn storm these two guys. And I think the hook that we have here is either we attack the pawn on g3 to h3 or h4, I mean, or he plays this, and then we have to play g5 and then break that part of the pawn structure. But that means that this knight has to move out of the way for that to happen. Like we need the anchor on f6. That's usually what I do in the French, at least. I have my pawn on f6, and then you push the rest g5, g5, h5, and then you decide if you're gonna go g4 or h4. That's pretty cool to think about it, because this rook is just going to be chilling here, right? There's no need to centralize it anymore because he's already on the file facing the king side. And we're gonna hopefully see a nice asymmetrical attacking game from both parties. Oh, it looks like Luca's going to make a move. Ooh. Now that's a move. That's a move. He's adding pressure to that pawn, or sorry, to that square. Now we got two attackers. Now we got three defenders, or also three attackers. When this happens, we can just recapture, and then this is a real big problem. He's putting pressure on the pin piece, which is a good motto to live by. Big Skia, what's up, Big Sam? Good to see you, man. Or Poker Pro. That was so funny to see you play in the afternoon. The only thing getting stormed is because that's already said. Oh, I don't know that I didn't read that. The only thing getting stormed is a car dealership by the tax office and police department. Damn. Nah, you think nowadays like these people just give you a car and they're like, yeah, just with 500 euros payment for fucking 180 months. And it's like, what? That's crazy. Looks like this looks good for Luca. Nice IQP to play against. Yes. They have their own stream. Yeah, well, this is Luca's stream, but he's also physically in Maia. And I think that's what Jones was asking from. Wait, what's the move here? Queen e6. Luca played queen e6. Obviously, the move is to bring more firepower to that pin piece simultaneously opening this file for the rook, getting rook e1 in next. That's the idea here. And this is again, the gang is not in Maia. Yeah. But really, like, on some real shit though, on some real shit, I'll have to go full screen with you guys again. On some real shit though, a lot of things in life are to be lived in the moment. And it's not everlasting, you know? It's not like, oh, that cool Maia event that I went to where everybody was there. Oh, I could just easily revisit that next year. Oh shit, they're making a move. Oh, oh, F3. He played F3. Damn. Ephemeral. Damn right. And that makes it so unique and fun to have lived that in the first place, right? Like we experienced Prime Maya, and that's good. You know, that's cool. You don't have to replicate a certain feeling a billion times until it becomes meaningless, right? Like things can be in their own contained way. They can be, you know, a one-time thing only. Enjoy things as they come, you know. Something about carpe diem, that type of shit. If you can top it, why do it again? Exactly, Sam. Jones says, I experience Maya every day. That's the human move. Shouldn't Jose wait for the life lesson to end? Yeah, I think he should. This was beautiful and inspirational, says Ken Velo. Thank you, dude. Yeah, this is the. I mean, it's the third best engine move, but yeah, I get it. I get it though. I get it though. Um, but usually, um, you kind of want to solve problems with pieces first. I feel like because you simultaneously develop and you get your stuff in play. And I would say that a knight protecting the knight, a knight developed, and a rook developed, protecting this squared. So we're developing two pieces at the same time is better than the more human, but the more human, but slightly weaker f3, because with every pawn push you weaken the squares that it was protecting, and we're opening up a huge gaping diagonal, if you will, here on our isolated pawn square, you know. And we're gonna get this guy eventually, right? So this is just no bueno. Imagine just hopping in here and, you know, get, if our queen was somewhere here, you know, our queen was here, and if we had our knight in here, we would have had like a smothered checkmate type stuff, you know, just like that. These are the patterns that you should be looking out for. You know what I'm saying? But then again, that's usually the case when you go for like a dark square type opening, the French, for example, or no, it's not a dark square opening, but the queen would be on b6 there if you were playing the French, and if you were to play, you know, King's Indian or Perk or whatever. What are you guys saying? If only you knew this theory last year. I learned a lot of stuff. Hanzo moved backwards. Oh, let me read the entire chat. Because of his speech, I'm calling my brother, who haven't I spoken to in 20 years. That nice. Moved backward. That's why I think F3 is garbage. Nice C3 more high level. Yeah. I mean, it's high level, but it's also solving an issue with the tools that you have. Like if this is a tool that you have with development, that's what you should do. This feels more like a band-aid solution, like, I don't want to calculate, let's just defend it with a pawn. That's kind of the move it felt like to me. Closing in the bishop too. Yes. Holy shit. I completely wasn't paying attention to that, but the entire reason why we put this bishop there is to get the nice fianchetto. And now we're actively, you know, what's a better position if we were to develop all this, or if we do this and we fuck over our entire bishop, piece coordination, and development, and we weaken the king. So alternatively, yes. Usually against these fianchettos, it's great if you can induce f3 or f6. Knight c3. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go into deep blue, guys. Knight c3. S. All right. So b takes seems like to be the only good move, because knight takes check is obviously gonna run into these problems. I'm gonna show you guys the lines. B takes. It says bishop takes e4, which I understand. Bishop takes e4. Well, wait, sorry. Queen takes e4. Queen takes e4 with check. Knight takes e4. And you win back the piece by pinning it against the uncastled king. Yeah, this is the play. You get this f3, sorry, f5, f3. Yep, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Another reason why queen e6 is such a mystery to me instead of bishop e7. Yeah. Yeah. I think there was, yeah, you moved the same piece twice. I mean, this is just surface level commentary, right? Like you usually don't want to move the same piece twice here. But he wanted to solve the problem with one piece, both protect this and protect this. Yeah. Bro was talking about how bad f3 is. Bro. Wow, so weird. My earbuds are squeaking in my ear. That's crazy. So yeah, we are still uncastled, and just like we went through that line, it's gonna open up some problems here. Our opponent can play rook e1 at any time. That's gonna get us into problem. That's gonna get us into problems. All right. So far, Luca is in deep thought. I think he. Oh, never mind. F3 happened. He played Bishop E7. Now that changes the situation a lot. That means we can go to the line again if you guys want. Oh, the engine wants rook e1 now, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's a no-brainer, to be honest. Rook e1. Rook e1 is such a no-brainer here. Yeah, you kind of want to complicate matters for your opponent and not make it easier, you know what I'm saying? And here, it feels like it's a dopamine of creating a threat. Then you should play Scholar's Mate every time. Yeah. That's what I'd do if I'd played, yeah. Castling Kings I know is bad because of g4 and g5. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. But yes, I think there was a game where Phoebe lost a fork. There was two pieces here, and then the F happened. Oh, sorry, that bullied away this piece, and then two pieces here got forked, right? So there was a game. I think that it's one of our most recent OTB games that she played. That was her last tournament, right? Yeah. It was somewhere here. Like Black played f6 in the French. Or no, it was the Caro, I think. Yeah, it was the Caro. She was white and she was playing against the Caro. It was kind of like this. But yeah, that's kind of the issue. Like we talked about the drawbacks here of the weakening F move, but what as Ken Velo pointed out, I'm slumping so much, man. Yeah. But let me narrate it first. So you already made a bad move. While you're there anyways, why not use that? Like I told you guys, if we switch it up, use this as an anchor, and then we can just pawn storm like this, or at least we can pawn storm with just the G pawn, and that's what we're gonna do now. Here we get bishop G6. G5 is actually the top engine move. Let's pick up knight H5, it says. And that's knight on the rim is dim. Yes, but also there's no opposition. We can't get bullied away here. Plus, we got two really good prospects to hop to. So that's basically what's happening now. It's giving bishop d2. We need to get that bishop off the back rank, get our rooks connected for white, that is. Here, and this is a cool move, I'd say. Here, the engine recommends h6 for Luca. And that's obviously, it's gonna open up this file where we are in control of the file, whether it's open or not. So that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. It's giving f4, so we both protect the IQP and this pawn. But as we push these pawns, we kind of leave this very undefended. If only Luca could just get in here. Ooh, the engine says King f8. King f8. As you guys know, Joel played King f8, and that was a brilliant. And that's crazy. Fuck out of here. You say that, but theoretically, I think the king is the safest here, you know? Right? Yeah, Ken Villa says it makes sense. Let me clear my glasses. And the current move? Before the knight move, you mean? Before the king move? Oh yeah, hold on. And let's play b3 then. Yeah. Current. Oh, here. Yeah. b3. You wanted b3, right? Yeah, now it wants castle. Castle, rook a1, a5 is the line that it's giving. Oh, whoops. We gotta move. Yeah, like I told you. And this is also a pretty cool pattern that I've noticed. You got the pawn chain, right? And you got the pawns here. This a pawn is most of the time used to go on a5 to protect or to attack this square and to kind of discourage b4. But because of the rook b1, this is kind of like it's attacking the base of our pawn chain, so to say. So there is some tactical implications going on the queen side here. That's what I would think about. We got the queen on c2. I would literally play a5, get the rook over here. What I usually do is I push this pawn and I usually lock it, For example, if you push this pawn and they do a nothing move, I push this pawn, they do a nothing move. I push this pawn, they do a nothing move. I push this pawn, they do a nothing move. I push this pawn, and now my pawn is in the back. It's tucked behind this pawn, and it's kind of rough for my opponent to get to this pawn, right? Like you would need to get on the same file to attack it, or you have to attack it from a diagonal from all the way here. So that realistically leaves this rook free from his duty of defending this, And then you could just move. Wait, we have to make one more nothing move. Then we can move the rook here and use it for other purposes, since this is like this pawn doesn't need any more defending. This is that's how I would go about things. If you think of like this chess piece has a duty of defending the a pawn is enough advanced and protected I mean, shielded, I guess. Shielded by this other pawn. So this rook can just move away and do other things. But that's in this type of structures, right? And I played a bunch of nothing moves. So don't pay any attention. These are all Eskia inside voices. Welcome, Jenny. Good to see you. Isn't Kemvelo 2200? Well, I think he's higher than that. But does he still need an engine? I mean, there are things that he could, have not seen or overlooked, maybe. Here, I think Luca finally is gonna do it because it is problematic. Like the rook on e1 is gonna open options for a bunch of tactics here. And don't think that you can slack here as black, because it takes one move to get the queen out of the way, and it takes one move to get the king out of the way. So I don't think we got that much time at all to sidestep this this potential pin or this potential attack on our queen. Hence, the ideal situation was not to get in this situation at all, by not playing queen d7, queen e6. But here we are. Since we are already here, we did the necessary preparation to castle, so we should go ahead and castle. That's what I would do in this position. His opponent as well. This is not a good square. Like, if you look at our opponent, the bishop is the only minor piece that's not off the back rank. And here would be bad. Here would be bad. Here would be bad. Not that bad, actually. What would happen if we put it here? Okay, we got this type of tactics. We got this type of tactics. Oh, what? What? Oh yeah, this. And since this is a discovered attack, we pick up the piece. Anyway, yeah, we need to castle out of there. Our opponent could play this, but then that loses to this. So the bishop is not good there, not good here. So our bishop has no prospects on these squares. So then d2 would be the, it's the least ambitious one, but it's, it's still a move regardless. And you kind of get in this situation, which I'm a huge fan of this, by the way. If you guys are still here and watching, I appreciate it a lot. I'm a huge fan. You guys usually have the concept of having a good bishop and a bad bishop, right? I'm a huge fan of why not have two good bishops? You know what I mean? Our dark square bishop is pretty good. He's got a lot of squares to go to. We could even go to like these kind of squares. He's got great prospects. And since this bishop is out of the pawn chain, and we could, tuck that away here too. We got a good light squared bishop, and we got a good dark squared bishop. Luca, move the queen back! Luca, move the queen back, man! Luca, don't do this, man! Oh my goodness! Oh no! So here we defend the bishop. Here we put pressure on e4. Then rook e1 happens. And then we dip. Because, the bishop now protects the knight. And we still protect the bishop from this square. So ultimately, great. I would say great. Are there any crazy tactics here? Or will we simply give up too much material? I think we do give up too much. No, there's no tactic here. I was thinking about a possible fork. We got this, of course. Yeah, this is a huge tempo loss from Luca because we moved our queen 3 times now. I mean, in terms of accuracy, don't get me wrong, we're still on 87% accuracy, and our opponent is on 86. I don't see any tactics, but also don't see black castling, so who knows? Yo, Physic, what's up? Bro came up with the government name. Bro said Murat. What's up, man? Good to see you. Not a lot of people call me by my first name, by the way. It's Luca calls me by my first name, but we're also on a first name basis, you know. His friend Gianluca, and yes, Canvelo, I actually met a Gianluca. I also met the Gianluca, the coach. So that's pretty cool. What was I supposed to say? Yeah, they too call me Murat, and they say it with an Italian accent. Murat. They call me like that. He calls me Il Grande Murat. So that's pretty cool. But other than that, most of the people that I know from the internet call me Eski because the branding is just so good. Not gonna lie, like I didn't make these overlays, guys, but you know, the branding is hardcore, you know. In my head, I read your Murat, kan ik hem in elkaar slaan? Yeah, Murat Karaslan. I think you know, since me being a public figure, my last name is also public. But it means black lion, so I got those aura points, you know. Dus ik jouw achternaam onthouden? Ja. Ezelsbruggetje. Ezelsbruggetje, woela. I just remember yours because, you know, it's not a difficult last name. Ooh, hold on. Usually, I was gonna go on a rant. Ezelsbruggetje. Gianni Moratti. I wish, man. All right. Generally, this is also a thing to consider. Not so much in this type of setup, I guess. But whenever your opponent has a fianchettoed bishop, the queen bishop battery to eventually play bishop h3 to trade off the good bishop is also a tactical or a strategical rather move to do. But since this bishop sucks ass because this guy played f3, we have no ambitions of such a move. But I had to mention the possibility of it, you know. Murati. Hey man, it sounds fucking cool, dude. Bro, like you guys don't know this lore, but if it were up to like the religious side of my family, I would have been called Rasul, you know, which means God's messenger / prophet, right? And in Greek, it's Rasulis, you know. New Murat lore unlocked. Yeah, I got new Atnon lore today that he apparently speed ran Minecraft. It's only fair for me to return the favor, right? Rasul. So uh, the it literally means, like, literally it means uh, the soul on God's path. You know, which is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Um, but it's a hard name, like Rasul. You know, it's Murat seems a bit more friendly. You know what I mean? Thanks, Skip, for this precious lawyer. No problem with that. Well, the knight move came out. We kind of expected this. He kind of changed up the move order. Usually you would play the knight first, then rook a1, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. Preferably, you would have done this without f3, but I think he realizes that f3 was a mistake. And I think at this moment, Luca also realizes that his queen move was a mistake. And he sees the pressure, he sees the problems happening on the king's side, and he castles. Oh, there's quite some delay going on here. I will have to move this one a little forward. There we go. All right. Yeah, Rasulis would be a very great Greek name. But yeah, luckily, my name is Luca. I live on the second floor. Is that a song? So here we kind of normalize into a more conventional, I guess, opening or middle game. We launch into a conventional middle game where we're gonna have rook e8 as a response to rook e1. We're gonna eventually get our rook in. We're gonna push that pawn. Yeah, rook f e8, it says, is the next move in all variations. So that's kind of a no-brainer from Luca's side. But like I said, if this is already the move that you were gonna make, then why be, adventurous with your knight like that? Here, I would have just uh, done the bishop into castle and call it a day. But yeah, Zen Vega. I don't know that song. I'll have to listen to it sometime. You should link it to me on Twitch Whispers, as it's called. Luca is on 88% accuracy and our opponent is at 86% accuracy. I'd say the f3 move really put a dent in our opponent's accuracy here. Squeeze in, welcome, Shema. How's it going? And yeah, bishop f5 is a good move, but I would have gone for an entirely different setup if it was up to me. Jaki kurwa fajny. I know what that means. Gentleman's Blitz game. Opponent using map hack. Yes. I'll teach you guys even some more better stuff. Fine dupi. Dupi means ass, by the way. Fine Tsutski. tsutsuki means tits. So when you put that all together, Eski forgot he's dual streaming. Nah, I am dual streaming, but Luca's cool. Usually, I would I would say it like this, Canvelo. Usually, they would Luca would have dual casted. Like Luca would be streaming with another streamer, and it would be a three cast. Then I would have just chilled. Then I would have said nothing at all. But since it's just Luca, I can kind of take some liberties with it. But yeah, I think our opponent kind of missed a crucial move here. That was the e4 here. Knight takes. That's not good. We need to take with the bishop. Takes. Knight takes this d5. This was kind of the dream situation. Tsutsuki are the best. And for all intents and purposes, this knight is also trapped, right? So we will be getting that back at some point. Of what story? Was I telling a story? I can't remember. But yeah, usually in these types of positions, I have a complete different setup against this. I just take this as an invitation to just go into the King's Indian if he wills. And I have, it's called the Prizapoika variation or something. It has like some really weird name. But I think I have the highest win rate ever on all of my openings with that variation, where white fianchettos or where white mirrors are fianchetto. And it is just going to be really healthy to get our rook up in here. I think even so, we can do some rook c8 type stuff. That's never like I feel like a bad move. What I also have seen a lot, and this is kind of like Ken Velo Atnan type stuff, where people play e8 and then they tuck the bishop on f8. So that's kind of like Rui Lopez tech. I faced it often in Rui Lopez. It's an interesting move. I have never done this move because I think it's you're putting your bishop back on the base squares. You don't want the bishop in the way of the rook, yes. But I feel like you kind of undevelop your bishop again. Do you know what I mean? But what would be the fate of this bishop then? That's what I would think about. And if we just go over to, say, let the engine pick it up a little bit. Often the scope of the bishop with ass already or e7 or f8. There's no much difference. Okay. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. But then again, like, I would improve any other piece than doing such an. Oh, but we move out of the way of the rook, right? Yeah. But it impacts the scope of the rook. Yeah. That was the thing. What is this festival? It's a Maia Chess Festival. It's been held in Maia, Portugal. It's right below Porto. Amazing festival. Lots of cool chess streamers there. It's a huge event. I think one of the best organized events that I went to, if I do say so myself. They were a bit late, and they gave us sketchy forbes to fill in at the end, which we didn't need to fill in afterwards at all. But other than that, the two things, it was pretty cool. Do you know these guys who are playing? Yes, I know Luca, who's here on this side. Oh, our opponent's hand went. Our opponent's hand went again. He's not confident. He's second guessing himself. Oh, that's a bad place to be as a chess player. You do not want to second guess yourself. Because if you don't got yourself, then who got you, man? Jose Silva of 1961 FIDE? Don't second guess yourself, man. Play it with your chest, bro. Yeah. Put your head in your hands again. I think he wants to complete his development, but he maybe is seeing something that I do not see. His hand went again. He is really hesitating. What? That's crazy. Right, now we're all synced up. He played Queen F2, ladies and gentlemen. Which makes sense. I mean, he's getting out of that pin, right? He protected it with the knight, he protected it with the rook, and he's getting out of it. So, gewoon opstaan, even akkaatje eten en terugkomen. Look at me, Jose Silva looking like Mark Anthony after the Battle of Actium. What is QF2? Yeah. Beats me. Absolutely beats me. It is moving out of the pin. Je moet genieten van de game, hij niet. Ja. Jij speelt het psychologische spelletje. Ja, ik zie je wel. Bro, ik ben vaak genoeg met jou naar toernooien geweest, bro. Je verkracht al die mensen psychologisch, G. Gewoon nonchalant klok intikken. En je zet al de stukken die je hebt gepakt in volgorde en zo. Ik zie jou, bro. Motherfucker. Persoonlijk, ik zou al haten als ik aan tafel zat, G. Die spelletjes zijn gevaarlijk, man. But anyways, that was the Dutch fragment real quick. Queen F2 is so crazy because it puts the queen and the king on the same thingy. and any kind of like tactical move to pin the queen to the king is gonna win us a queen. And I'm sure Lucas sees this, that this is not a strong move. First of all, f3 was not a strong move, and this kinda plays with that, you know? Like what's the deal here? S8 a3 because of the bishop? What are you talking about? You can put it in Google Translate, Canvelo. Yeah, there is this thing, I guess. And then I guess this is what you were talking about. Prison. Um, yeah. No, I don't. No, I don't really know. Yeah, this move is out of the question now. I wonder what the situation now is. They're both on half an hour. It seems like our opponent is on 28 minutes. Luca is on 30 minutes. Starts the yeah. Yes, Maia has the second time control after move 40. We're on move 18, so that means that we still got a lot of moves to go. It's gonna be crazy to have such a long game, I'd say. Bro, remember now this first round is fucked. Look how late it is already. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that we finished just after midnight and we yet had to eat and do all kinds of shit. Something like that. Or no. I think we went immediately to the hotel back again. Yeah. Yeah, the first round is crazy. But yeah, like I told you guys, King Queen on the same diagonal. It's gonna open for some tactics here. Also not entirely unimportant. Our knight can hop in and attack the queen once this is cleared up. Maybe with takes, right? And percent this bishop takes a3 work here. Straight away. B takes. Knight takes c3. Knight takes c3. Bishop takes b1. Knight takes b1. It would whoops. The knight is protecting the guy. But I do see what you mean. Like at first glance, this pawn seems overworked. So that's a good tactical insight from you guys. Luca played bishop d8. You guys know what I mean? He's going for this. I literally told you guys that this is a weakness, and Luca found a way to exploit it. But chess is no game of one move threats, regardless of how I play it. But there's got to be a strategic idea behind it. And that would be, in my opinion, just like Adnan said, to get the bishop out of the way. So we should have done, we should have centralized the rook first and then maybe did bishop d8 and rerouted it like this. Because now it feels like we kind of, if we look at the life cycle of this bishop, it literally went e7 and d8. So it's not, in terms of life cycle, it's not the most ambitious squares. It's a game of one move threats at our elos. Yes, unfortunately it is. The strongman klep. Rook first better, yes, because no matter what, you're almost always going to put that rook on e8. Yeah. And I think that's like the, if you look at this pic as a picture, if someone told you, yeah, what would be your next move? B would be rook e8, and what I kind of came to, are they playing in a cinema? It looks like that, right? But it's could actually make a separate scene for that. There you go. Whoops. And I'm back. So this is basically the venue. It's like an auditorium. As you can see in the back, there is a stage where there are like grandmasters and so on. That's where they play. The streamers play in the back with their own cameras set up. And yeah, this is basically like an auditorium. You can walk around. There's one row of seats where we are at, and there's another row of seats in the center and at the very far left. Whoops. Yeah, let's go to the current move. This is the noob corner. Yeah, this is just for streamers. This is for streamers. The stages where usually the main boards play, which are like grandmasters, FMs, and so on. There's also, if you can see, at the in front of the stage, there are some people streaming as well, like right behind this guy's head now. Those are streamer seats as well. So the streamer seats are there. The streamer seats are where Luca plays, and then there are grandmasters on the main stage. Influencers table, exactly. All right, back to the game. Does knight c5 work for white here? Yes, it is the top move in the engine, and we either have to go c8 or c7. Wow. I feel like we had such a commanding advantage, and I think it's kind of drizzling away. Because there's this problem of knight 3 e4. Oh, this is so funny. These two knights, the knight that just went knight ge2 to protect this knight, then this knight hopped in, then this other knight replaced the other knight, then this knight went in, and then this guy went there, and then this other guy hopped in. Bishop d8 must have been too slow. Yeah. d7, bishop on d8 looks even worse. Yeah. It's he's kind of fighting for his own squares. Usually you want to, have a set square of where your shit should generally go. Yeah, but that's why the engine also recommends queen c8. Oh, I think we gotta move. Yep. Bishop d2, which is a normal development move. And insanely, uh, the correct move, according to the engine, is bishop e7 again. It's bishop e7 again. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think Luca was thinking about being a clever rapscallion, putting this guy there, but obviously there is not much stuff going on there. He could possibly even just attack that square with this, reroute this knight there. Evil Bar says black, but I would prefer white in this position. Yeah. I mean, like we said. Oh, let me read the chat real quick. Bishop e7 again is best move. Then bishop d8 must have been one of the worst moves in the position. Yeah. I mean, not the worst, but it drops us from a solid minus 0.80 to 0.19 or 18 even. So we lose half a centi or half a pawn here. The knights in the center also feel so active. From white's perspective, you mean? Yeah, they are kind of protecting each other. Yeah, the thing is, we wasted a couple of moves with our queen in terms of Luca's management of the pieces. Now we not wasted, but we made an undeveloping move with our bishop, with the hopes of getting something tactical done here. But generally, what my belief in chess is that your position is the sum of all things. So if you improve your worst piece in every position, your position becomes gradually better, right? Which in consequence means you have more options or more possible answers to a solution. So you have more developed pieces, which means those pieces control more squares, which means you have multiple solutions to a problem that the opponent might pose. If you, in terms of black, play for this tactic of rerouting the bishop to b6, that's gonna cost you 2 moves. And in general, those 2 tempi would be way better used by simply putting the rook on e8, developing the rook. You have central control with the rook, which means your squares can move from and to the center. And then you use another tempi to reinforce that, to develop another piece possibly. And doing so gradually, you can improve your situation. If you spend too much tempi rerouting your queen or rerouting your bishop, that means the rest of your position is going to remain stagnant. So that knight is always going to be on f6. Not bad, but there could be better positions. Your rook is going to stay on f8, which he ideally does not want to be in. Just to do one tactic, you're gonna, it's opportunity cost lost, kind of like that. So that's my take on this entire move made by Luca. This is not based on human play. Careful now, otherwise you might become a free thinker even. Yeah. I mean, I use the engine just because, I do my own analysis, obviously, but I also look at the engine of like what would be the potential things that I missed. I told you guys, the engine showed the move that, but I didn't like it, so we went and did something else. I didn't even look at bot analysis on my own game because I learned May from my own analysis and I didn't care about some of the suggested insane bot lines. Indeed, says Fair Physics Quizen says now even Bishop B6 looks bad. Yes, and that's kind of, you know, it is kind of like, I get it. We can do something tactical here, but we should also not forget the mantra that tactics come from a better position. So we should have just continued improving our position, get the rooks in there, get our bishop safe, you know. Very refreshing to hear that. Keep it up. From M%, you mean? You're reacting to M%? You read that as a BBC? Remember a game a bit ago where the bot taught me I blundered by not sacking my queen as I would be up material like a 12 move sequence. Yeah. And mind you, most of these moves are the only winning move, right? Like you can go and be like, oh, this engine said this, but that means you have to consecutively find this one crazy move that has insane long-term implications, you know? Simply, like, I prefer the practical human moves or analysis rather. And as much as I try to talk to you guys through these things, this is literally what goes on my mind while I play chess. So, if I get 2 days of thinking per move. Now, not even then, you know, like you kind of eyeball the move, eyeball the position, I mean, and you kind of compound it with things you've already experienced in the past, and then you kind of make something out of it, right? Like I told you guys, the G6 move is something that I saw my opponents play or Oscar play against me in like a Caro-Kann setup, and it's something that I would consider in that position that we were talking about, right? Like, hey, we could possibly protect the bishop here with G6. We were talking about, you know, castling early, get stuff safely. So we could have easily done this. Let's do this. And then castle, you know. This is like a very human position. What did he play? Damn. Luca played bishop e6. This is so bad. Well, not so bad, but knight a4. Bishop takes. We have either f takes or knight takes. I'm gonna try to look at both. Knight g4. Huh? Bishop h3. f5. And then knight takes b6. And it says knight takes b6 here. You need to move out of that. That's that line. A move happened, by the way, but f5, yes. Oh, and the move happened, by the way. The opponent played rook bd1, which is the top engine move here. A chess tournament hall would make a great place for Socrates on some Zaza. Chess tournament hall would make a great place for a habitual seat sniffer. What are you talking about, bro? I shouldn't have read that on aloud. Right, I was calculating something. What were we calculating even? Oh yeah, we were calculating this knight move. Um, Bishop takes. What if knight takes? Knight takes. F takes. And it says knight g4. It says knight g4, this f5 as well. You're saying that the engine is smoking crack, but this is highly problematic. Our rook is looking straight at the queen. Plus, we got this going on, right? Takes g4. And we got this in e3, or we got in e2, and then it's just queen takes. Ratio of old people and flatulence. And all this you have to see beforehand, yeah. This is where we would end up, and we would snag a pawn. I think this is basically like we got a battery here, and we're gonna battery ourselves with the queen. Get the bishop. But yeah, our opponent. This is the thing. Like some hidden brilliancies out there. Yeah, there. Let's not give in to pessimism. You know, we have to approach it with a childlike curiosity and a whimsical sense of optimism. If you set up a battery defensively, you can call it the shield battery. Yes, that's some boudoir reference right there. Damn right. So obviously in this position, this pawn can't move anywhere. Or this is going to be a problem. However, we also have a queen opposite the rook, but that pawn is there, the bishop is there, so there's not much of a direct threat. Our queen is fairly safe here. Yeah, I think we got so much defense going on the e4 square. This genuinely feels like one of my blitz games online. This does not feel like a classical game at all. But this is also a thing that happens in like classical games. You kind of see this idea and then you tunnel in on that. And then you kind of have these inaccuracies of moving the queen a couple times too much. But then, lo and behold, your opponent also plays inaccurate with the f3, right? So you kind of get into this situation of two players going into a tactical suboptimal situation, you know? 1961 FIDE, by the way. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't have much respect for FIDE ratings, I guess. But ultimately, what I was going to say is the skill discrepancy or FIDE rating here. Luca is 1739 13, and Jose is 1961. There's a clear elo gap here. And what happens in most of my games, usually I'm either ahead in the opening or I come out equal in the opening. I play a nice middle game. I get like a slight advantage, I'm like 0.30 or 0.25. And then I just simply make a mistake. I do something stupid, or I get into time trouble or whatever. And, the blunder gets punished and you GG. With this skill discrepancy in elo, elo discrepancy and skill discrepancy is different. With this elo discrepancy, your opponent is just slightly more accurate. And I can't really quantify it here for you guys. That's why we got all these engines and whatnot. But Luca has moved his queen 2 times too much, and he did the bishop reroute of bishop d8 and bishop b6. So these type of things veer away from the perfect accuracy, and the higher elo guy kind of makes those, what I told you guys, rook e8 seems like a really logical move here. Rook e8. Now this guy put his rook on e1 and he put the other rook on d1. So these are like, it's not rocket science. Thank you for lurking, by the way. Some chairs. So the discrepancy between Luca and Jose here is Jose knows what works, and he's like, yep, I'm gonna centralize my rooks. Let's get those rooks centralized, And then you have Luca, who does the ambitious, knight b4, knight c2, knight b4. But then you've wasted a lot of tempo again that you should have spent on development. You use the tempo on bishop e7, then you go bishop d8, then you go bishop b6. So these are all really ambitious, but chess rewards selective ambition, Like if you already have a good position, if you already have good developed pieces, and something arises from that position, then you can go and be ambitious and be like, damn, I could sack this and I could do this and I could trade this and then I have a tactic, right? But actively seeking tactics in a way that Luca is doing, like, hey, I'm gonna get my bishop on b6. I told you guys, hey, this is a strategic weakness. Luca is gonna exploit it. I called it earlier, and it's gonna happen. But the problem here is there are still more urgent developmental moves that we need to do. This, and get our queen out of this rook's sight, and then we could have possibly done that. Our opponent is back. Luca made a move and he wrote it down. Yeah, it's what Adnan said. If you lurk, it implies that you leave the stream on while doing something else. If you say lurk and leave the stream anyways, that's a dick move. Yeah. It's kind of good to have viewers that just lurk. It's kind of showing support that even though you're not actively watching, you're giving your viewership to that person. All right, I did my rant about that slight accuracy difference between rated people. They're on pretty much the same accuracy now, but you guys know what I mean, right? Like the higher rated player, well, not necessarily higher rated, but the higher skilled player will be able to prioritize certain developmental moves before certain 1-2 punches that are tactical. But oh, my opponent saw it. Oh, I lost. Not lost, but you get my point, right? Because ultimately it's about that. Luca played rook e8 finally. This contributed to a few counter exactly. I feel like at some point the kings should move to the h file and I know what's the right timing. I was the king off of that diagonal with the bishop, and black wants to avoid the possibility of a knight check on f8 in a combination. Yeah. There's this knight check, and yeah, I think there's even a that's a bad move. You kind of have to sit there. There is a world, for example, that I don't know. Let me play a move. We do this, and this happens. We develop this. Oh wait. Yeah, right, like right now. For example, is this happened? And we made a bullshit move. Took that. Oh, but the queen is still defending this. Yeah, there would be a scenario where this rook is undefended. We could check here and then take the rook. But then we would have king f8. There isn't much tactics there, I'd say. Ooh. Yep. Our opponent has solved the problems that we were talking about. There was a huge queen pin here. Our opponent solved that problem, and now he's solving this problem, and we got a tempo on the queen. Here, yeah, the rook takes. Bishop takes. And then we get into some kind of drawish position because we're taking firepower off the board here. That would be a thing. This seems like the top engine move. Let's see it pick up for a moment here. De-isolate the pawn? Yeah. I was just riffing. I had a train of thought, but I completely forgot where I was going with my thoughts. I can relate to that so much. I was gonna rant about something, but I completely forgot. A train wreck of thoughts. Hate when that happens, yes. I was talking about the skill discrepancy between these players, right? I completely forgot. It'll pop up sometime when I'm doing the fucking dishes. You're both ADHD. Yeah, I think I'm also simply I simply fell on the on the, from the apple tree. All right. What the situation here is that this is a thing that Atnan actually taught me. Once you trade off one pair of rooks and you trade off the queens, then you've taken a majority of the firepower from both parties away. Oh no, Luca is taking it, man. Yes. Yes. Why were you picking apples? Yeah, this is a all right. There are many structural ideas that are wrong here. First of all, you undouble the unisolate the pawn, which is not that much of a deal because I think this pawn is dead anyways, but it can be protected with b4, which would leave, a pawn chain in our behind. But other than that, it opens the file that coincidentally our queen is also on, facing the rook. And this is, I think this is, bishop pair gone. I mean, I'm not a huge bishop pair fan, not yet. Isolated d pawn gone. Oh, okay, and he just made a move. What did you do, Luca? Talk to me. Ah, okay, he took the rook. Okay, he took the rook off. Black preferred black and preferred knights over bishops. Well, you're just like me then. Not yet, yeah, because I'm not. I can't even use those bishops, dude. Yeah. It was a huge shock when I discovered that people prefer the other way around. Yeah. I mean, I still have it. I still have some favoritism towards black. And I have some favoritism towards the knights more so than the bishop. But that I think that's also we structure our thought networks on environment, and because I'm in low elo, knight forks and knights just do that much more work than a bishop, So, and black simply. Because I guess similar structures. Yeah, it is crazy to retake. Yeah. Usually bishops exploit others. Well, now the accuracy went up all of a sudden. They're both at 89% accuracy. However, there's an important factor that we're completely skipping, and that's the time. Luca, our guy, is on 8 minutes, which is a little short of a rapid game. And their opponent is on 17 minutes. And we're halfway through. We're on move 22. We're not at move 40 where we get the extra time. So this is going to be a rough one. He shines in rapid. Explanations to the lurk command. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Or you're asking the people that are lurking to give an explanation. Yeah. Oh, what I was going to say is that it is also perfectly fine to keep the tension here. Because what happens with rook moves is that once you are the capturer, they recapture. So you lose control over that over that file. Obviously, they can play this, and then you can recapture and make them capture, and then it's all Gucci, right? But it's a thing to keep in mind that the person, like, if you are black and you want to keep control of this file, let them capture. That's what I would say. Obviously, in this fucking position, apparently rook takes e1 is the better move, which Luca also played. But the stockfish we take with, he's got an option of rook takes e1, which is 0.08, so it's looking kind of drawish. And then you got queen captures, that's 0.20, and you got bishop takes e1, which is capturing with the bishop, and that's 0.21. There's one centipawn difference between the queen captures and the bishop captures. But I would say keep the pin here, you know, like keep this. I would keep this pin. From a practical standpoint, this is perfectly fine. I would even capture like this. Then you got this. They made a move. Yeah, I think he recaptured with the rook. He recaptured with the rook on the video. Right? Not that bad, to be honest. However, he is making rather simple moves, and he's making them quite quickly, giving the turn back to Luca. Luca is the one in time trouble, so this is ideally, you know, this is ideal for the white player. You have a very simple recaptures, and your opponent has to figure out what he has to do from this point onward. You know, they call it the 17th piece, which is time. If you're out of time, you lose as well. So people have quantified it into an actual piece. Here we got Luca with a couple of options. I feel like we just need to improve and reroute stuff. Knight takes c3 is an option. Yeah, knight takes c3 because the rook moved, right? That pin is no longer a threat. We could capture. We got bishop. We got the bishop here. To, like I told you guys, if you have a battery with the queen and bishop, it's usually good to trade off their fianchettoed good bishop, so you gain some advantage there. But this bishop is not that good because it's blocked by its own pawn. But unless we go back, the pin is no longer there with the rook, so we can actually recapture here. The computer also says h5. h5 has been like a glaring thing from this from the engine, and this happens in a lot of French games as well. Like oh, I think they moved. Yep, he put the bishop there. I was talking about h5. A lot of players play h5 because usually they put their knight on e7 and reroute to f5 to prevent the knight being kicked away. You can play h5 to prevent that. And once they're in this fianchettoed setup, it is great to attack the tip of the pawn chain. So that's usually what the h5 core is then, but just generally to prevent this, I guess. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a smart move, but it costs a lot of tempo. Moving your bishop there gives the tempo to the opponent and the next tempo you capture. So that's two tempo as a sequence, you know. That's also a great oh, he did the Eskia. He said we're gonna tuck the bishop in h1. He wants the long diagonal no matter what, even if it worsens kind of the king's safety in this situation, because you know this is very susceptible to mating nets. Once you have a bishop lodged on h3, or a pawn for that matter, that's kind of the alpha 0 pawn, right? Or the alpha go pawn. In knight c3 is probably bad. You're giving the white bishop a nice diagonal. Yeah, but it's also stumped, right? I mean, the black bishop. Yeah, then he has bishop pair, just crisscrossing through the entire field. Black square bishop for white. Yeah. And you could even go in and damage this pawn structure. And here, the Indian says rook d8. I feel like Luca could have played rook d8 in any of these sequential moves, you know, like he played queen d7, queen d7, queen a6, queen d7. That's two moves. Then he did the knight a6, knight b4, knight c2 sequence. That already cost a fuck ton of tempi. Then he did the bishop h3 move, which is it doesn't cost a tempo here, but in the general economy of things, moving and capturing the next move for one sequence. Oh, Luca, you beautiful Italian man. Let's go, bro. Let's go. We got the h5. h5 means you are not getting away with this game with a draw. You're not getting away with a draw. That's insane. I absolutely love that move. Also, I think the idea is to prevent this, right? It locks the bishop out, and then the next move we can probably take. Knight d5. Oh, knight d5. What happens if we capture? Queen captures. d4. Oh, and then we pick up this guy, no? Oh, what a line. What a line. d7. Crazy. Can we say the quote when the game's ended in a draw? Yeah. Like I said, in French setups, you kind of want to prevent this guy from kicking away your knight. That's on f5. But here it is simply there to prevent the caging of this f3 bishop. We want to keep them connected here. I wonder where the rook is gonna go. I think rook d8 is a good move. Just so, you know, we can take this guy with the queen. Also, another thing, there are a couple of very beautiful symmetrical or mathematical things in chess. Once you see this, once you see the bishop 2 squares away from the knight, the bishop controls the squares where it's going, and inadvertently, the knight controls these squares where the bishop is going to go. So these are kind of the golden ratios that you need to pay attention to. The same way as this, you can get threatened or forked even with a knight that's in a three space distance or 5 distance if you count the initial starting square. These are kind of chess's beautiful geometries. That is a great thing to have in the back of your mind. However, enough yapping. You'd think that yapping would be my job here, to keep you guys entertained. There's another problem on the board, which is time. Luca dropped to 4 minutes, and I think we are nearing that area of like, shit, should I play this out or should I offer a draw or am I gonna flag? Do you know what I mean? It's gonna get to a really risky place where Luca does not want to be. Queen d4, and that's a centralizing move. That's a crazy centralizing move. It does it prevent anything here? Bishop takes, king takes, takes, rook d8, rook d1, and it's giving 0-0 because we simply do not have that much firepower. Yeah, it's they get increment. They get increment. It is the top engine move, ampersand. So you're doing really well. Rook f8 or rook e8. It goes in priority. Best move, second best move, third best move. And I think it's going to come down to tempo economy again. Whoever takes is going to allow the other person to recapture, with tempo, obviously. I think Luca will find the rook move. Yeah, and he did. But he put it on rook e8. He wants to trade stuff off. Okay. That kinda hints towards an intention of drawing. And this is the trade is better for black. 0.02. 2 centipawns better for black. It's a rough one. It's a rough one, guys. I don't know exactly what to make of it. We can go full screen a little bit so you guys can see the move he's about to make. He moves his knight. He did knight e4. Which is interesting. Because there's this pin going on. Yeah, knight takes. Knight takes would be good here. Pawn takes. He checks, isn't annoying the first round of the tournament when an upset opponent decides to play far better than their elo gives them any right to. I mean, for white it is then. Yeah, the 4. We are tactically defending that pawn or that knight. Did Luca take? Oh no, Luca, that's not the move. That is not the move. That is not the move. But it does protect the knight or the queen even. Luca is on 2 minutes. Luca is on 2 minutes. We're gonna get into time trouble, guys. We are gonna get into time trouble. No, 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 Luca. There is knight takes. So there's knight takes. Knight takes. Queen takes. Rook takes. And then this, I guess. d3. f4. King h8, it says. That's crazy. It looks really drawish, and I think the opponent is just going to press Luca. I think the opponent is going to press Luca if he is feeling confident, but he's been very hesitant about his move. G5. Oh, wait. Like this. And we get rook d3 anyways. As the initial move. Then rook e6, engine says. Yeah, engine says rook e6. We do not want to capture it like this. Wow. Did Adnan write lurk? I don't really pay attention to that stuff that much. What happens after bishop takes? Queen F, King f2, it says. b6, b4. Yeah, all these lines are going towards a draw. a5, b5, rook takes e4, takes e4, queen takes c5 check, queen d4, queen takes, that's 2 pawns down, bishop g2, Bishop e6. These are all like drawish lines. Yeah, and we got this situation, right? We got the pawn majority on this side. We got a little bit of a exposed king, but unironically, these doubled pawns make it hard to get in. I'm thinking it's looking rather drawish now. Looking really drawish. Oh, his hand went again? Oh, looked like he played the ampersand's move. The rook, the bishop f, the bishop g5. Luca should have seen that one coming. Yeah, rook. Even moving back is something, right? Oh, no, that just drops. And what did he do? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Because this is gonna happen. Rook d1 is gonna happen. Especially h5 does make no sense. What do you mean? I don't think h5 was wrong. I think this is the tension, which there was no time here. It was one of the moves with the top engine move. Yeah, I mean, it prevented the push. Like you can isolate the bishop away from the rest of them. Long game, yes, long game. I'm on for I mean 3 hours, I guess. It took us 45 minutes to get started. Luca Pontirolli is in a lot of trouble. He's on 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Our opponent is dwindling as well in time. He's on 4 minutes and 15 seconds now. A draw offer could happen at any moment if any of these players feel like, shit, we're not going to be able to finish this game. They're not going to make the time control either because they're 13 moves away, which is quite a long time. I don't know why Rook D1 is being stalled. Unlurk Newt, yes. I don't know why Rook D1 is being stalled. It feels so obvious. Yeah, but I think he's thinking of some other moves possibly. But yes, maybe he's thinking of f4, opening the bishop's diagonal. He's gonna capture. Oh, he's gonna capture with the bishop. That is crazy. And again, these are not optimal moves, but Luca is in time trouble. The opponent is just exerting pressure. And he recaptures with the knight. Low time and time pressure, yeah, this happens. But there is a way of drawing this again. Because it's going to be takes. Isn't that true for all of us? That's true for all of us. G take f6. Yeah. G takes f6. You wanted to see what happens then? King f2. Oh! Oh! How did he find that in this time travel? Oh my goodness. Wow. Luca turned a bit red there, if you guys can see. Look at that. He was like, shit, I didn't see that coming. And the opponent is giving himself confident head nods. Luca is red in the face. At least it's the opponent's time. Very bad moment. He already calculated, but I hate this guy's style. Well, how would you describe this guy's style? Damn, I'm getting all these requests. Yeah, the opponent, I guess. Yeah, white. Look at this, man. Look at this. F3 being played is absolutely diabolical. But it wins a pawn, and in the end game, everything really matters. And if we were to think about the game in its whole, we have one isolated side pawn, we got one isolated f pawn, and then we got one pawn island of three pawns. All right, Luca's going with rook d2, hitting this, and the bishop is hitting this. It's gonna come down to the last bits, guys. It's gonna come down to the last bits. Luca could potentially trade here, or just go there. They're playing really fast now. Ah, yes, yes. As you know, I rank table tennis really high, so I know what you mean by that. I've played table tennis against someone who's really good at returning the ball and just counts on you making mistakes. Is how to describe his style, yeah. And that's probably how he got to this rating, because a lot of people make blunders. That's simply how chess goes. He did a little cute tactic just then, but in overarching terms, yes, a lot of people just make mistakes. Luckily, Luca got a pawn, but the opponent also snagged a pawn on the H file. And here you got this problem of white's pawns versus R pawns. Luca has easy pickings. He can just pick off the pawns on the queen side here. But there's a small difference, a small nuance. The safe 0 display of turn grind and endgame. Yeah. That's unfortunately how a lot of 1800s or 1900s, 2000s even play. But hey, like I told you, it's sometimes the boring moves are usually the good moves. Absolutely frustrating to play against. Yeah, that's how I played against the the German guy, right? Like when I played the streamer thing, he was 1500, but he was playing like this, and it's kind of the antidote of a romantic player like me. Ooh. Yeah, this is easy pickings. Yeah, you're just targeting all these loose pawns. Yeah, now it is really drawish. Now it is just drawish. Are they gonna draw? Is Luca gonna offer a draw? Not even really Karpovin, it's just hope chess. Yeah. Hoping that your opponent makes a mistake, and usually they do. But then again, like you saw, like he wasn't able to punish the mistake in the opening. Like he didn't see this, which would be an easy opening mistake. Rookie 2, Luca is really thinking you're down to 2 minutes. 5 more moves to make it to time control. I think they will make it to time control. But I'm thinking of, can someone offer a draw? I feel like it's really drawish. And yeah, Luca played the correct move. Target that pawn. Opponent's gonna play a4, obviously. A4, save the pawn. Then we got rook a3. So the rook is just gonna get behind the pawn. Oh, he almost touched his rook. What? He's touching his rook. Doesn't that just give us an outside passed pawn? What is happening? Yeah, the eval is swinging slightly. Oh, Luca, no! Why are you giving a check there, man? Oh, there was no need for that check. You could have just taken the pawn. No, 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 no. No, Luca, no. By giving him checks, you're allowing him to advance his king and get closer to the center and to your king as well. Just yeah, just take the pawn and push the side. Yeah. I think Luca has decided to go for a draw. He's thinking of a draw. He wants to draw. Because otherwise you would have just taken here, right? What would have what was he afraid of? Takes? Takes? a5, f2, a4, king e2, and now we can check. Rook a3, king e2, and then rook a1, rook a7, a3. This would have happened. Our opponent, yeah, our opponent blocks with the rook. Luca has an option of taking it or not taking it. And here, there's a crucial difference between king pawns on this side, or king pawns, majority pawns on the other side. Because that means the king has to abandon to stop this promotion at some point. And while the king abandons, we are free to pick these up, and it's a draw. But if the king goes towards us and guides these pawns, we might have to leave this, and the promotion is going to happen on this side. So white can force stuff here, but we can't really force anything here because there's no king for support, right? He goes on advance to the middle of the board, yeah. I think a4 is going to happen. Ooh, rook e7 blunder, bro. Take the pawn. Luca, please, for the love of dicks, take the pawn, man. Oh, I feel like it's going to be a draw, guys. I feel like it's going to be a draw. He's got 1 minute left, guys. 1 minute left. He's got 1 minute left. Mind you, he's got 150 seconds left. He might flag. He might flag. Bishop e2. Bishop e6. You disconnect. Oh, they made it to time control. At least he made it to time control. Luca has to make a move here. Oh. Bishop e6. Bishop e6, Luca. Cut the rook off from retreating. Cut the rook off from retreating. And then you can go rook e3. Or sorry, rook a2. Cut this guy off. And then we got rook e8. Because this is defended. Luca's down to 1 minute 40. Crucial moments in this position, guys. The tension is, you can see it on Luca's face. He wanted to go for an easy repetition. I think he didn't think of this shuffle around. He's red like a bell pepper, yeah. They are thinking about the position. Crazy. You can get like a smaller version on the screen here. Luca, you're down on time. Oh, he made time control, guys. He made time control with the best move as well. And he went off. And he went off. Opponent not that happy about that move. I think the opponent kind of wants to offer a draw now. Now it's the opponent's time to get red. What a production, guys. What a production, ladies and gentlemen. I can put myself here in this corner, I guess. Like this. Yep, this is something. I can put my I can put myself here too. And this is okay. He has to move the king. King let me actually grab the chess here. And then this happens, huh? Oh, does this work? No, it doesn't. Hmm. 7. And then the rook is kinda useless here, no? You don't move the king? The board on your forehead? Well, the top engine line is rook e8. Prevent the f, a5, king e1, rook b1 check. What happens if we do this? Rook h1, and you hit the back. Rook b8, rook takes. Rook takes. Rook g2, hitting this. Rook c7. Bishop c4. King d3. Rook takes with check. King d4. It's still all a draw. Rook takes. b5. a1. Bishop takes. e3. Rook a7. a4. This is like an end game table or something. Did Lucas say lurk before leaving? I think not. Bishop d7. A3. E6. A2. Rook takes A2. Rook takes A2. D7. Rook C2. Yeah. Queen takes. F6. And then it just becomes same color bishop draw. We have to get to there, and they got still a lot of time. They still got a lot of time. Oh god! And we got a move. He got the best move again. Insane how these people find the best moves. Wow. You lose extra elo. There was a mosquito here. Bro, it's getting really tense, but it's also getting pretty late. It's been going on for 4 hours now. Crazy. I don't know what they're possibly thinking about. Wow. Do I have to kill this mosquito? Oh, I can't, man. SK would be fun if you just scream at the top of your lungs in the mic to wake up all the sleepers, yes. Wake up, everyone. Wake up. Oh, he dropped his bottle. It wasn't loud enough. Oh, one already left. You guys, one guy left. One guy left already. I think we scared them off. Bro, I'm definitely drinking Red Bull or something because I'm really, and Velo, you're gonna have a blast with this, but I'm really getting fucking tired, man. 4 hours, bro. I'm gonna sleep, bro. Can I sleep on stream? I'm gonna sleep a little bit. Bro, I can't, man. Why is this fucking game take so long? Hold on. Okay. Okay. I had to kill that mosquito and I got the mosquito. Or else it's gonna buzz in my ear. Real man let a brood war after 4 hour chess match, man. Where what happened to my youthful energy, my inexhaustible source of energy? Yeah, Luca, just because you made time control doesn't mean you can chill, you know? There's still a lot of moves to be made. The hair the hair took the energy in the divorce, yes. It's all source to grinning, you think? I don't think I did anything last week. Fucking Ken Velo. Some people say you should do it. Some people say you shouldn't. I don't know, man. I don't know what the math is behind it all. All I know is that we have a chess.com logo in the corner. And Luca is playing an endgame. Does Zeski even play Protoss? Hell no. Aaron like a toss. So what? Okay. I got a little bit of energy. What happens if we do this? King E1. Let's just take, take, take. Then white loses, and simply because you know, by the time our king gets there, this guy slurps all the pawns and we die. B5. He takes. A takes. King E3. Huh? King H7? Huh? So that. Yeah, so it seems. Oh, Rook C2. That's not in the engine's considerations, but everything looks pretty much drawish. And I think what Luca wants to do here is target the pawn, target this pawn. I think we're gonna get this, no? This. Go back. I think they're tempted to go for a draw. I think they're tempted to go for a draw. And that's going to the huge transaction was appreciate art of it. Knew all the actresses in the best scenes. We go to talk about like was Tarantino. Was I your friend, Ken Velo? Because that does sound a lot like me, like back in the day. Bro, all of my favorite movie actresses are all retiring. If that doesn't make you feel old, then I don't know what does, you know? Looks like our opponent is mimicking some kind of cluelessness. Looks like he doesn't know how, what, or when. Luca is concentrated on the game. SK after hours, what should be deleted? Nah, I said actresses, dude. Like normal movie actresses. Who is that next to Luca? Is that Tushar? That doesn't look like Tushar. Or no, it's some other Portuguese guy. Let's see. No, it's not Tushar. I thought it was Tushar because he had like a yellow t-shirt of some sorts. No, 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 we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Oh, he's shaking his head. He's shaking his head. He's saying like, "Oh, oh." But this could also be a play. This could all be a play. This could all be a play just to throw Luca off. Depending on yeah, the position. The rook is gonna hit two squares at once. You know, you get here, both hit that and that. King e1, rook c5, g4, and that's to squeeze this. Rook c1, king d2, rook h1, and there's f5, attacking the bishop here. We have to go to d5, and then g5 happens. Look, I can just take. Ooh, look, I can just take. Luca, come on. You got this. You just have to take. Oh, dear Lord. It's still drawish, you know, don't get me wrong. Do you guys want to hear the how the venue sounds like? I can show it to you guys. Here. You guys hear it? That's crazy. There's like a hum going on in the back. Because that's his streaming equipment. We'll just close that. I think you check and take on a3 for the outside pass pawn. Yeah, but yeah, but then your rook is in front of the pawn, and that's like you're going to lose it once you move out of the way. But yeah, that is a line. Rook takes e4, rook a4, king e. Oh, whoops. King e3, rook a3, king d4. Yeah, this is going to be the draw. Then rook a2, put the bishop in this. King d, king e3 again. Yeah. Is this the draw? But we also have. Oh, they're played. Yeah, he's gonna pick this one up, I think. There's g4. He has to play g4, f5 to squeeze the bishop here. Askin needs a tie on for this. Yeah, I should. We can get to the other scene here. So far, it's been going great. Like the scenes and everything. Yep. Yep. He played the g4 move. So we could play f5. Yep, that happened. Now Luca doesn't have to move his bishop right now. He's still got a lot of play with his rook still. And he can go rook c3 again for the check and pick up the other pawn. It's really interesting because I think I've lost so many games in chess where my king is simply not with my pawns, whereas the opponent's king is with the pawns. And it's a complete different game. Like if you trade everything, oh, good. Look, I got the check. If you trade everything, this king is gonna take all these pawns, and your king is gonna take all these pawns. But then this pawn is gonna queen before this pawn. I think both parties are really, really tired. Mind you, there is a 15-minute delay on the broadcast. So if Luca is not here yet, that means the game is still going on for another 15 minutes. Why is the meter still even then? Because of the lines. Oh, they're getting another score sheet. That's nice. The king f2. f3. a2. g3. Rook a3. f2. And this is like draw stuff. Your opponent played the game or played the move. They're dwindling down to 20 minutes again. Trump third term or Joe Megan finishing the South Park game? What's more likely? Is Joe Megan playing the South Park game? That's crazy. UFF? Ooh. See, now this is the problem with what I told you guys. The pawns here and the king being here. By the time we actually get to these pawns, the king is already here because of the centralized king. He's already 3 moves ahead. 3 passed pawns feel overwhelming. But technically it's 2, right? Because of this. I mean, he's gonna check. Would the opponent offer a draw here, you think? He's about to take it, yeah. H4. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, you're gonna get squeezed here. There's gonna be some squeezing going on. Because these pawns are gonna restrict your king a lot. And the bishop as well. But that's the thing of a light squared bishop. Black can still go on the dark squares. And the rook can't do much on this side. Crazy, actually. What a game. What an absolute game. What a game, guys. Let me put up the screen like this. I think both parties are kind of thinking of like, what are we going to do here? What are we doing? What are we doing here? When was the last time you played StarCraft 2? Maybe like a month ago or something? I played like 4 placement matches. I still need to play my 5th to see where I rank. Yeah, it is good that we locked this rook out of the action. It's like one of Luca's biggest moves that he did in this game. He got rid of this rook. Well, not rid, but he locked him out of this diagonal action. Now our rook can reign free, while his rook can't go here, can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. Only squares he can go to is this, this, and this. And those are easily defended by doing this. It's an interesting game though. Like, I don't think it's gonna end anytime soon. But I don't think either side is gonna do something crazy either. Rook takes. It seems like rook takes has an advantage. It even went to 0.01 advantage for black. That's I don't know what that means in endgames. But the rook also stops the king from doing a lot, yes. And that's the beauty of having a rook out in their field. The move has been made. Not a huge fan. Not a huge fan. Oh, this is so crazy. See, if you put it here, you get traded. Lose a pawn. Oh, wait, they made a move. Oh? C5? C5, guys? Luca, take your time, take your time, take your time. Oh, he took the pawn. Luca, Luca, Luca. He fell into the temptation of the pawn. Wow. Oh, now we're gonna get hit with this. And then g5 happens. Oh, that's so crazy. Also, what's up, Andre? Are you still there? Yeah, this is a draw. I don't know why they're wasting so many energies in the first round. Yeah, they're going ham in the first round. Wow, 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 wow. It's like I told you guys, it's going to be f5. Let's see what he's gonna play. What is he gonna play? a4 maybe? No, he's gonna play f5. This looks logical. And again, like I told you guys, this has been our pawn structure from the beginning. We could go in the game with minimal pawn structure manipulation. You know, we could have easily gone this entire game with keeping our pawn structure as intact and coherent as possible. Yeah, we need to play this. Because what else is there? It says a2. g5. f6. Rook e7. f8. G takes. Yeah, G takes, right? Yeah, G takes. Rook h3. We're trying to get this guy. Bishop e2. Rook h4. King c5. Rook f4. Hitting the pawns. Rook takes. Takes with check. Oh, that loses to the pin. e4. Ooh, and the outside passed pawn wins, I think. All right, guys, if we were to summarize real quick what the main things in this game is going to be is that these kind of things don't really work in OTB, you know. After that, we kinda did this. Well, we could have done g6, protected the bishop, and found a good square for our bishop. We needed to castle way sooner because we were wasting tempo with our queen. This was a little bit of a tactic. Oh, our opponent played g5. Yeah, Luca is looking really tired. It's been a long day too. Mate being present. Yeah, and the mate being this, right? This, and then it's over. Yeah, f6 is the top move here. That goes into this entire thing, like I showed you. G takes b5. Rook takes a7. Rook d2. King c. Whoops. King c3. Rook h2. Yeah, he needs to make progress, but he can't. h3. e2. f3. We want to trade off the bishop and land on this pawn stack. Yo, Blackman Pio, thanks for the huge raid of 32 people. Welcome, everyone. This is not Brood War today. I'm going over a chess game that's being played by my friend Luca here. I'll change to the screen here. It's from the Maia Chess Festival, and it's 9 rounds of games, classical games. We've been going at it for 4 hours almost, and thank you, Oscar, for the oil up. It's been going up for so long. We're having a 5 hour stream almost. And it looks like it's about to be a draw. Now, if Luca were to play anything else, we are gonna get mated here because the bishop cuts off the square. Pawn cuts off the square. This is a check. And the rook cuts off all these squares. So Luca has to come and find a good move. And it looks like he found f6, which leads to this check here. But we're gonna go over those lines later. How you guys been, by the way? How the stream has been? Hope you had a good stream, Black Mapio. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really tired myself because I've been casting for 5 hours almost. All right. Looks like we can go through the variation real quick. We got a check here. King f8. I think anything else gonna lead promotion, I think. We need to go here. He's gonna take regardless, defending the rook. We need to get this pawn out of the way. And then rook's gonna take. He has to find rook d2. Is that hard to find? Is rook d2 hard to find? I don't know. King e3. Rook h2. What happens if we go here? Rook d2, king e3. Yeah, we're basically, we have to prevent this bishop from rerouting and actually defending this this stuff maybe. Or he is defending it, but we'll see. Welcome. What's your rank in StarCraft 1? At the moment, I think I'm like barely C rank. Then again, I haven't played it that much. In terms of time control, Luca is at 12 minutes. Our opponent's at 16 minutes. So I don't know how this is gonna go further. I don't know if they're gonna get into time pressure in the end game. It's it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say genuinely. What do you guys think? I think I mean, I have the luxury of having the engine here, but that also means that Luca has to find all the moves. G takes is happening. What happens if we don't play b5 or rook d2? Oh, looks like he played the move. Yeah, he gave the check. And now Luca has to find king f7 or king f8. Amazing. What a game. I think, yeah, Luca has to find very precise sequence of moves here. It's probably the longest, yes. Z. As you can see in the back, most people have already left. But there's still one streamer playing. Are people still playing? Like of the other players that are playing right now? I know Asmoada is still there. Hello, hello. I know you're this much into chess and the commentating as well. Yeah. I like to help out my friends in chess. Luca, obviously. I'm casting also for Asmoada, Alex, and Phoebe, Phoebe Witte, as you know. I'm gonna be casting for them as well later this week. I'll actually give you a actual schedule right here. I'm gonna be casting today, Luca's game. I'm gonna be casting on the Sunday, which will be Alex and Phoebe, and I'll be together with Kintra. She's going to co-cast with me. After that, we got round 5. That's also Luca. I'm gonna be casting that. That's Tuesday, and then the next Saturday, or the Saturday that's coming up. Oh shit, is this wrong? No, this is wrong. Yeah, the Saturday, round 9. I'm gonna be casting for Alex and Phoebe again with Kincher together. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I see you on my tournaments as well. Oh, sure. Where do you play? Are you EU based or are you US based? Yeah, this we went through this as a sequence. So, but what does Luca do now? He needs to get one of these guys out. What happens if he does this? Is this bad? Yeah, this is bad. It doesn't. It doesn't exactly draw. 0.04. My upcoming tournament probably will be Amsterdam Open. Oh yeah, sure. Holy crap! Let me actually check out your channel real quick. I have to open up another window for that. Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on, are you the guy with like the hair in a bun and like a mustache, you know? You're the guy. Yes. Yes. I love your shit, dude. Oh my god. I know you from TikTok too. I follow you on TikTok, bro. And I think on Instagram as well. Good shit, man. Wow. What a small world. I'm gonna be playing in Amsterdam Chess Open as well, so it'll be cool to meet you. All I'm doing is not trying to zone out during this end game. Yeah. I live in the Netherlands. Yes, I live in Rotterdam to be specific. Luca dropped to 7 minutes again, man. Like, what is he going to do? What is he going to do? There are ideas of, leaping that pawn, and we just only lose that one. It's amazing. It's amazing. Is this analysis paralysis? Nah, this is basically uh the whole day taking a toll on Luca, I feel like. Because you know, he had this, right? And he was like, oh shit. And then, he lost a pawn to the fork. I mean, it's not game winning by anything, it wins a pawn. But that really like took a mental toll on him. I can quickly go through the game, Chessa. Oh, what? No. I went through that, Luca, man. Oh, why is he going away? Nah. That's gonna allow for reroute, right? Yeah, this is going to be rough. This is going to be rough. Oh, this is gonna allow this. Yeah, and then we got a lot of problems. We got a lot of problems. A4, E5, E4. We have to trade here, or at least take this. Rook takes B7. We don't have to trade because this ain't checkers. Rook E8. Yeah, we have to protect ourselves from getting mated. But then again, is this real? Yeah, we have. Yeah. Wow. Wow, it says rook e8. This can't be. Bishop f7 is still possible. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. And this goes into, this goes into mate in 12 or mate in 8 even. Jeez. I live near Utrecht and know you are around. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, see you at Amsterdam Chess Open, man. Let me give you a shout out to it. Aren't you planning on streaming on Twitch as well? There you go. Oh, that's not it. Lol. Here you go. Nah, it worked. It worked. It worked. No, Luca, man. All right, we still got chances of draw though. We still got chances of draw, but it's rough. Eski does everything on its own, whereas Ken Velo, yeah, I think he left without telling us that he's going to lurk. Thanks. I used to stream here too, but not nowadays. Oh damn. Yeah, I think short form is a lot better, and just to make compartmentalized content is way better than, I don't know, streaming for 6 hours in a row. What is it? 7 viewers? I mean, I play StarCraft, right? So my main streaming thing is StarCraft, and I'm kind of dipping my toes into chess. So that's why I'm casting like commentary games for my friends here. But yeah, usually chess really gets a lot of viewers if it's not like regular tournament stuff. But it's hard to be really consistent at it. You just gotta stream every day, and then you kind of build up momentum. I mean, Twitch is an entire different ball game, I'd say, compared to like short form content. Yo, Asmara and Joe Bruin with the huge rate. Oh my god, welcome everyone. We are now in the end game between Luca and Jose Silva. There's a huge discrepancy between them in terms of elo. Luca is 1713 and our opponent is 1961, which is quite high, I'd say. But this is the position that we're in. We just lost the B pawn here, but Luca can easily recapture here and also defend the A pawn here as well. What's up, Dishin? Welcome, everyone. Good to see you guys, Joe. How did the casting go, man? You generally bring round one good luck, right? I'll give you guys a quick rundown of the game while you guys are here. It started out as an English. We exchanged in the center. Are you getting ready for work? Yeah, no problem, man. Goodbye. Have a good both losses on your good game, tough opponents. Yeah, gotcha. So the game started off like this: exchange, play c6, bishop f5. Oh, another move happened. Luca went with the crazy knight a6, and then our opponent connected the knights together. Luca hopped in the knight, obviously with this kind of tactic. Our opponent castled because he had this. You cut off the protection of the knight. But it turns out that our opponent didn't see it, and Luca went back. and did a discovered attack on the rook. Now he played e4. We captured with the pawn. We should have recaptured with this. This was preferred by Stockfish, but also logically, because white is going to have an isolated pawn anyway, so it's better to trade the pieces that are protecting said isolated pawn. They exchanged. Luca went back. And here, this had to be protected. So Luca decided to protect it with this. But what a good move would have been is protecting... Oh shit, this is the actual game. So Luca captured there as well. Bishop went there. The threat of this is happening. So we need to prevent this bishop from ever getting here. Otherwise, it's a big problem. All right, where were we again? Right, so here Luca protected the bishop here because he wants to discovered attack it and skewer these guys. He kind of missed this move that also gives us a good development square for the bishop and allows us to castle and do all of that because we don't really know where our queen should go yet. But that happened. He took, and then we moved our queen again. So we kind of lost some tempo here. And then our opponent played rook e1, which put us in a predicament here. Because, otherwise we get pinned to the king, or else we get discovered attacked. So in both cases, it's no bueno. And then we moved our queen back again. So we effectively lost 2 tempi here. And now our opponent solved the pin issue. And this is sufficiently defended. And now Luca was like, hey, I see the king and the queen, and he tried to reroute the bishop there, but it costs a lot of tempo, and it's looking at a pawn. So effectively, it's not doing anything yet. And now he plays rook e8, while I was more of a fan of doing that early in the opening. Like, somewhere here. Instead of doing all these knight moves, I would have just played bishop here, castle, and rook e8 and have a great game. And then we took this knight with the bishop that kind of unisolates his pawn that we were playing against, and it opens this file. So in both senses, we kind of got ourselves in trouble. We exchanged the rook to decrease the firepower and to get him off the file. After that, we tried to exchange off this bishop. That didn't work. He went back. So we pushed h5 to prevent our bishop getting trapped here. And then he centralized his queen. We wanted to trade off the other rook. He blocked it. And now this pin is happening. Takes. Queen takes, because if we recapture, we get forked. And then he has effectively won the f6 pawn, which is also what happened in the game. Luca recaptured. He got into the 7th file. Or row even. We dropped the pawn, but we're going to pick up these stray pawns here on this other side. And this is the last part where we are. He's giving a check. Rook h4. Luca finds it. Luca finds rook h4, ladies and gentlemen. But our opponent has 12 minutes and we're on 2 minutes. I mean, I know Luca, he's a really good blitz and bullet player, but it's gonna be rough. If I said pawn, it's good to trade light pieces. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. They need to bring SK for official commentary. Thank you, way too kind. But I do not have that sense of stamina or endurance yet. So Luca actually found a move, which kind of puts us back into the game again. Of course, we're gonna drop another pawn here, but then we got rook h2. Oh, thank you, thank you. Bishop d3, rook h3. Yeah, we're just going basically be denying this bishop of ever getting here. And since white can't make any progress, this is connected. I think it's going to be a draw from this point onwards. I'll switch over. Can Velo like to beg to differ of the in terms of stamina? Yeah. Yeah, we are preventing this bishop from ever getting in, because that's going to allow for a lot of trouble. We also don't want this bishop and elsewhere, you know, like we would not want to trade this bishop, because then that pawn would fall. And together with that pawn would fall the other pawn. Oh, he's reaching. He's reaching. He took the pawn. Okay. Rook takes a7 is being played. It's on the board. That means Luca has to come up with a game plan in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Would be quite funny if this was just checkmate, but unfortunately it isn't. He has to bully that bishop away. That bishop is not allowed to. Oh, okay. That's also a cool move. Yeah, that's a cool move. But then this happens, right? He gets in. Check. King e5. Rook f7. Yeah, now it's more of a draw, I think. e7. What next? Bishop g4. Now they're all going to 0-0. All these lines are going 0-0. Yeah, this is basically draw, I'd say. Yeah, this looks more of a draw. Okay. I think if we get the player cam here. Oh wait, I need to get out of analysis mode. What is he going to play? Yeah, he's gonna take the pawn. Like I showed you guys. King takes. Or sorry. Rook takes. King e5. Oh! Did you guys see that? Luca offered a draw, and the opponent refused the draw. Wow. Wow. Yeah, he rejected the draw offer. That's crazy. I don't know why he still wants to play on, but we'll just see. I think he's literally prolonging the game, waiting for a blunder. Like Canvelo said, he's hoping that Luca will make a mistake. But I don't see this happening. Luca is on 2 minutes though, but yeah, white has nothing to lose. He has to keep trying. What does he think he can do in this position? No idea. It's a tilt reject. Yeah, yeah. I rejected a draw as well, and I then my opponent made a forced draw by repetition, and I'm like, yeah, if you get a forced draw by repetition, then so be it. Then the game dictates it's a draw. But when you offer a draw, that means it's on your accord. Do you know what I mean? I simply refused it because I'd rather have the game end in a draw than agree to a draw. But that's just me. We can go to this screen again. It looks like Luca played Knight King G7. Nah. Eski doesn't accept draw offers. No, I don't. Well, I hope I don't have to. So what's up, Derp? As you can tell, round one, we're streaming for a solid 5 hours. 5 hours and 13 minutes. What if Oscars offers you a draw? Then still no. If he offers me a cup salon, then sure. Then sure. But any other offers get declined, unfortunately. That white didn't accept draw, I think. Cup salon for draw. Hey, that goes into bribery, no? Yeah, I would. I don't know, man. If I'm hungry, and we had a 5 hour long game, I would take that cup salon in a heartbeat, bro. I would take that cup salon in a heartbeat. Yeah, if you report it, you don't get it. There is no corruption. If if there is corruption and I am involved, then I defend it. All right. It looks like Luca did make his move, and our opponent's clock is ticking down to a solid 8 minutes. It's a little bit shorter than a rapid game, 10+0. All right, I'd probably untilt right now and offer the draw back. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Luca is finding the only moves, right? And we kind of established that with Ken Velo here as well. This guy kind of plays based on his opponent's mistakes. He doesn't really make plays himself. He just waits until the opponent makes a mistake. And it looks like Luca is way too locked in to make a mistake at this point in the game. So I think that's what's going on here. Luca got his pawn protected with the bishop. There is no way white can get in. There's no way of white advancing anything. There's no f6, for example. There's no. Let me actually check. There's no this. This goes into rook e7. Yeah, this doesn't work. Rook e4. This all is just connected. Yeah, this is a draw at this point. No one knows how the pieces even moves. This is still potatoes headbutting. I mean, Luca is 1713 FIDE, and Jose Silva is 1961 FIDE. So they're quite high rated, if I do say so myself. The opponent is, I think the opponent is going through the motions of what Derp said on tilting. I think he's gonna offer the drawback. It seems like he's maybe pondering, but I really don't see in any entry uh, way of going in about it. Yep, that's the move that I just showed on the board. It's gonna be met with either rook e1. Oh, did they offer? No, they just wrote down their moves. This is going to be a check. Check. Even if this happens, rook e1, rook e4, bishop g6, rook c4, king e5, rook e4, king d6. Yeah, this is just checks, checks on checks on checks. There's no progress here to be made. It's going to be a draw, I feel like. Now he has the letter after this. Well, he has all the viewers. Do you guys want it? I wanted to sleep, by the way, right before going live. But Luca is on 1 minute. He's on 1 minute. And I think his opponent is just going to flag him in an endgame. There is increment. It's 30 seconds increment. Oh, they moved quite fast. Yeah, they moved quite fast. Oops. Not blunder anything serious. Yeah, I think so too, but there's I mean it's quite a drawish position, but ooh, what? Oh no, that's also draw, right? Yeah, rook f8. Oh, but he's not gonna play rook f8. No. He's gonna play bishop g6. But that's not gonna give him any progress as well. Yeah, there's no progress to be had here. I think they are the last man standing. Yeah, so it seems like. Oh, but that seems to be. Is that a mistake? No, it doesn't. King g3. King g3 is forced. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And he found it as well. He seems so annoyed now. Why won't this 1700 blunder? Yeah, he just plays on blunders. Like one of the most annoying game plan ever. But to be honest, like it's a good thing to have in lower rated games. So when again, the long ride like is the expenditure of energy in games where you feel like you should win. Yeah, rook c4. There's no progress possible. All right, the white king is locked out of the game now. Yeah, king f2 says so. We can do this maybe. Yeah, but Black has also no way of making progress himself, right? Ooh, he played. Yeah, I think this is going to be a shuffle then, because there's no way. If you attack this pawn drops. Um, this is a draw. This should be a draw. This is what feels like when all enthusiasts stream to improve an game. We get an hour long. Yes, split map TVT. Yes, yes, 100%. I think Black has better chance of progress with the king in opposition, but he threw that away. Was there an option anywhere? This one shouldn't play turn. Ooh, okay. I think our opponent is trying to flag. Our opponent is trying to flag. Yeah. Our opponent is trying to flag. Yeah, white is just flagging. Yeah, white is just trolling. All right, rook trait. But now, like, the draw should set in, right? Oh, okay, bro. Okay, brother. I'm being held hostage, guys. I'm being held hostage by Jose Silva. And simply by the fact that he's not accepting the draw. I think it hurts his ego or something that a 1700 is giving him so much resistance, Let's brood war, yes. Because we're gonna have to end this stream first. You chose round one. Yes, I did. It seems 700 this job randomly blundered upon. No, didn't. Dude just blundered back. Yeah. Yeah, this is also a draw. Like, I don't know what the deal here is. A bit ago it might be understandable, but at this point, yeah, at this point it's like obviously draw. I don't know what he's calculating. Go eat, sleep, recover for tomorrow. Yeah, that's pro chess advice right there. Because it's already late, right? Like it's already past midnight there. You're not gonna play the guy a second time? No, I need to waste his time. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. But he's playing the clock. I think he's playing the clock at this point. He's like, yeah, if I just, you know, exhaust him as much as possible, because you can have a lapse of judgment, right? I was gonna give a check. Okay. We can just shuffle back and forth, man. He can just go to g5. Oh, he's going down. Okay, that works. He can't play this because this is defended. It's now it's really a draw. I guess he is insane. Is he gonna wait for the 50-minute rule? Yeah, so it seems like there hasn't been a capture for 10 moves now. How to ruin your online rep. Yeah, so it seems like welcome Smiko, by the way. How did your games go? Did Ja win? Hey, welcome. Shout out Smiko Bufius. He's actually on location in Maia. He's actually playing there. Yeah, you're not going if you're certain by playing the shit. No, no, no. It's our opponent that's not accepting the draw. He's not a streamer, I believe. The other guy is not a streamer. But yeah, we're just gonna shuffle our king back and forth at this point. Like, no idea. Claiming draws with 50 minutes move of three holders is a pain in the ass with FIDE rules. You have to be so precise the way you make move, a claim or get a penalty. Yeah. And I think Lucas' time is so low that if he were to get a penalty of, say, a minute or whatever, or 3 minutes, I don't know what the penalty is, but he would just simply lose. So, yeah, you kind of risk that when you're on the, 1 minute side of the story. That was the streamer section of the tournament. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Luca is the streamer, the guy on the right. Penalty is extra time for the opponent, never losing time. Ah, okay, gotcha. Because I believe in Maia, the guy took some gonna be time adjustment for his opponent. Ah, okay, gotcha. More time to think how to draw this. Yeah. Let me put my earphones in, or out rather. Um, or actually, I don't need headsets, man, because I'm literally not listening to anything at all. Draw this scene, yeah. It's gonna be. Look at this, man. I even got this. You see this? The big live action cam with the two players across each other. Amazing, man. The production value on this, crazy. But yeah, I think Luca is on time trouble here. But it looks like a clean cut draw. Like he can't possibly undraw this position, I feel like. What you say? Let's go to the analysis board. Rook f5. Bishop f5. King f5. And even then, to get to the 50 move rule earlier, yeah. But now we got an actual solid oh, whoops, the stream closed when I took my headset off. Wait, what happened? Um This is not the position that we're in, right? I missed a couple of free rates in Lucas stream. Welcome everyone. Wait, did I mess this up? Hold on. King e5. Need to look for king e5 here. Oh, they played again. Were we stuck here or not? Want to check the first few moves of the Tushar's game? I heard of a Bong Cloud, possibly. He is really having the time of his life. F6, King F7. That's well. What's up, Rach? Good to see you. Yeah, here we are at the draw. And then he doesn't accept it. Oh, the stream is a bit lagging for the feed. Yeah, they're still playing. What happened? The video isn't available? No way, right? Did the feed cut off? Oh, I think the feed cut off. Or he closed the live feed. Yeah, he closed the live feed. Well, we only got the board then. That's okay. We can just turn that off and get this a little bit bigger. All right, it looks like the feed died, but it's okay. We continue the game. It looks like Luca is still on 1 minute 13 or 12 even. The check, King F2, King F2 threatening the rook, and then we just go H3 again. This is just all, shuffling. There's really no progress to be made with these locked pawns and bishops. I genuinely don't know why our opponent is so, insisting on not drawing. He made the live stream private. Wow. Forehead chess cam. Now I think what we should do here is let the clock just tick down for our opponent, because Luca knows to not give away this draw. He can just keep on, there's really no progress to be made. Like, I don't get it. There's really nothing to do. He wants to possibly go here or something. D4. And then this happens. You get cover checked. Oh! Oh, wait! He actually did it! He actually did it! The opponent blundered, guys. The opponent blundered. Wait. 1900, by the way. Our opponent blundered. Oh, sweet Jeebus Luca. if you find this, man. Yeah, this is karma. Yeah, he repped the live feed. He went home. 50 seconds. 50 seconds. What else is there to do here, really? Başarılı osuruk gibi çok zorlarsan sıçarsın. Jose Mourinho. What? A miss. But it's still a win. It's still a win. No, that's a good saying. There's this guy on TikTok or also on Instagram, I guess, and he's giving people lessons on how to say vulgar things in Turkish, and it's like Turkish sayings, right? And it's like vulgar things, but it's hilarious as fuck. But yeah, the continuation from here, rook f8. Yeah, you got the check here, but then you go into the oppressing side, and there is no progress for white to be made. But I feel like this is draw as well, no? Yeah, this is like a draw too, man. Yeah, this is also a draw. Rook f8 check. G5. Yeah, king G5 again. Yeah. Then you end up like that. Then you got rook f2, rook e8, king d4. Or here, king d4. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. To just draw so I can go to bed. We'll wake up in 5 hours. Now you can go to bed, Oscar. I will I will personally let you know how this game has ended. I'll send you a Discord. Can't miss Eski stream. I said rook f4 is especially bad because it's threatened. Yeah. Oh, he made a move. Check. Oh, damn. He got the opposition here. I just done 5 hours of commentary and this man is still going. Yup. I like how you got the boring end game. I mean, how did your games go? What happened with were you casting again? Okay, the rooks are traded. I have the stamina to go all night. Yeah. Yeah, now we trade this. Takes. Go there. Take. It's a draw. Yep. He put it there, and it looks like it's going to be a draw. He's got this still. F8. Yeah, this is not good. He has to go here. Oh, and then C5. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, I won't be able to sleep tonight after seeing what you missed. I mean, uh, I think if we keep going like this, he doesn't have to sleep. He can just stay at the venue hall and just play the next round. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, no worries, Nacho. I'll see you around. Good night, bro. It's just okay. Bishop e8 now. Yeah. Ooh, okay. He played the c5. He played the c5. f3. So he can come around here, I guess. Or go here. Yeah, Joe Megan, this is beyond fantasy timing. I'm being held hostage by a stubborn 1900 that refuses to draw. It's crazy. Not many people on Lucas' channel, I'd see. Mostly came here, I guess. Okay. Now we just keep on pushing. Good, good, good. C3, we keep on pushing. It was gonna like to finish things at the right moment. Damn right. That's the correct assessment. Bishop d5 draw, agree, please. Yeah. But yeah, in terms of time, they've equalized as well. So, you know, it's whoops. Let me turn this off. Okay. King d7. King d4. He's got to stop this. But then again, Luca's gonna go there. It is a draw, man. It is a draw, but he just genuinely doesn't want to. Can go through here. Beats. Bro, can you please resign, bro? Or no, resign would be better actually. Can you just please accept the draw? He refuses to believe it. Well, yeah, I should have played better then. Here we go. Look at my king on f8. Yeah. But then the completely drawn in game once he can do it again. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, this is good. He's cutting off the opponent king. And he's on a dark square, so no chances of getting checked. The bishop can block it, though. The bishop can block this indefinitely. And the king can protect this indefinitely. Unless you get checked out of it, right? But then you can go here. You know, what happens if he actually checks? King e6. You get opposition. You get opposition. And if he wants to go for that pawn, you take his pawn. Draw. They agreed to a draw. They agreed to a draw. Oh, guys! Round of applause for Luca. Oh, I just killed the mosquito. A round of applause for Luca and for his opponent, of course. How many moves in the position was? I think. All right, you guys keep the count. Yeah. From move 51, it's 0-0. But it's also, yeah, this, what is this? Okay, let's just say, yeah, let's just say it's 0-0 from here, from this point onwards. From move 40, it's 0-0. And we got to move 84. We got to move 84, guys. That's actually insane. That's so wild. All right. Let me actually boot this up. Let's see who we can raid actually. Are there any streamers around? Oh, we got Tactician tier. We can go to Tactician. Well, that was an exciting game actually. Too bad, you know, Iraq is on. Yeah, I rated him the other time, and he said that I was a chess shill. So, you know, he had to sit. He has to sit this one out. He has to sit this one out. That's what I mean. Commentary. Yeah, no problem, man. I try for my friends. Let me type it real quick. And this is correct, right? Right. My chat will go to Tactician Tiara. I will type that here too. Yeah, good night, Chessa. I'll see you around. Really like your stuff on TikTok and so on. Keep doing you. And I'll see you on Amsterdam Chess Open, man. It's going to be great. And thank you everyone for tuning in. Derp, Oscar, everyone. I'll see you guys around. Bye 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 bye. I hope the raid went through.